even principal, all of us are required to perform multiple activities. These activities may include teaching, this is obvious, conducting practicals, preparation of instruction material, conduct of some research project, and other non-teaching activities. I'm telling you why I'm telling you that, because you have to document all these activities. For example, you are organizing a departmental meeting where some complex issues are discussed, and after the meeting is over, someone is asked to document the minutes of the meeting for future reference. Likewise, one assistant professor is sent to some other organization for training purpose or for studying the activities of that particular institution. Then he may be asked to present the study findings or study minutes or study report. At the end of the year, all of us are required to submit our personal appraisal, what we have done during the past year. Likewise, something has happened in the institution and one member is asked to investigate into that particular incident or accident. So he is making the presentation after investigating that particular accident, or you can say incident. As HOD, you are asked to submit the staff utilization report to the HOD or to the director or the principal of the institution. Sometimes the HOD asks the assistant professor to compare the two recommendations or to compare the two equipments and give his or her recommendation report. So in all these activities, because activities have already been happened, we want to document their findings, their minutes, etc. So that is nothing but report writing. Likewise, we have conducted some experiment and we want to document its procedure and report its findings. So we submit to some journal or we file some patent. So this is nothing but report writing. So this session, today's session, is about report writing. And what is meant by a report? Report, why it is we call report? Because something has already happened, or as far as research is concerned, it describes the completed research. That is, what was the objective, what was the methodology, what was the tools, what were the tools used, how the data was analyzed, interpreted. It means you are reporting the findings. So report writing, report is actually an account brought by one person to another, especially of some matter specially investigated. I have given you one example, that there is some accident in the laboratory and the HOD asks one of the assistant professor to investigate into the problem. What was, why it had happened, who were involved, what was the cause of that particular thing. It means you are presenting a report to another person. Likewise, you have obtained some grant from other organization or government agency and you have undertaken the project, you have completed the project, you are reporting the project process, the findings, etc. So it is an account, that is the complete description about what was intended and how it was intended, and you are also reporting the recommendations and the findings. Another meaning of the report, which has been taken from Oxford English Dictionary, and you will find the complete meaning of the term report. It is a formal statement of the results of an investigation. I have given you one example. Or of an matter on which definite information is required, made by some person or body instructed or required to do so. So sometime AICT asks you to investigate into some problem. So it means you are reporting the findings. Another is, it is a requirement. For example, many of us have already done a Master of Engineering program where you have submitted your thesis, and on the thesis title you always mention that a dissertation submitted to some university in partial fulfillment to the requirement of Master of Engineering program. So it's a requirement. So report is a formal statement. Why it is formal statement? Because you are documenting the results, procedure. Purpose is for future reference also. Whereas I have discussed day before yesterday about the proposal. It is what the project is intended and how it is to be intended. Whereas report is completed research, completed activity, completed project. So it is always written in past tense, whereas in case of proposal we use future tense, that the objectives of the study are, okay, or objectives of the study will be achieved by employing a particular method of research. Whereas in case of report we say the objectives of the study were, and the objectives were achieved by employing a particular method of research. So as I told you that reports are written for various purposes. One is you are supplying a record of work accomplished, okay, what you have carried out in 1 month, 6 months, or say in 1 year. So work accomplished. Record and clarify complex information for future reference. You have organized one departmental meeting, some complex issue were discussed, and you are reporting the minutes, and the purpose is for future reference. You want to present information to a large number of people, so you will prepare a write-up, and write-up is nothing but a written communication report. Recording problems encountered while, say, conduct of university examination, while organizing some, say, cultural program in the institution, what problems you have encountered, or what problems you have encountered while conduct of some experimentation. So it means you are giving your observations, you are reporting the observations. You want to document schedules, document timetables and milestones. Milestone is the end point. So in order to achieve milestone, what are the events, what are the activities? So you want to document also, okay. Recommend future action. So you have prepared a report. You document current status of the system. So you are presenting a report. Recording the procedures of experimentation. It means you are reporting, okay. Now there are two types of reports. One we call them as formal reports, and others are the informal reports. From the title itself, it is clear that formal reports are meant for outside organizations. That is, we are sending the information to other organizations, where informal reports are mainly circulated within the organization. So there are certain differences in respect of the format of formal and informal report, the scope of formal and informal reports, the purpose, as well as the readers who are to read the formal reports and informal reports. In respect of format, in case of formal report, we have a title page where we write on the top of the title page the problem statement, then who has carried out or to whom it is being submitted, and the date and the time, okay. So title page, we also include table of contents, because formal report run into several pages, so we also prepare table of content, and we also prepare an abstract. And you know the significance of writing an abstract, because abstract will be read by some person who wants to know quickly what this report is about and what are the findings. And if he is interested in reading the whole of the project report, then he would study at the end or later on. Okay, so formal reports must contain the title page, the table of contents, even acknowledgements you can also include, as well as the abstract, the other appendices also. Whereas in formal reports, there is nothing like title of the page, we don't require it. For example, say printed memorandum forms, one page pro forma is there. Say the central store of your organization has got requisition slip, so you want to issue certain material, so you fill up the material in the requisition slip and you submit to him. Likewise, laboratory recommendation report, one pro forma is there, and you are simply submitting the values or after conduct of the experimentation. So informal report. Then scope of the formal report is, you can say, large. It attacks all aspects of a large problem, whereas we break down the scope into very you can say smaller events. So problem of narrow scope or a limited number are included in the informal reports. Purpose is decision making in case of formal report, whereas the purpose of informal report is to give departmental information and to take action in that particular department. Readers, several readers in case of formal report. Take an example of thesis, dissertation. It is read by your supervisor, it is read by the examiners, it is read by many scholars who would like to carry out their work in your area. Okay, so it is read by various people. So you have to keep into mind the criteria or the guidelines of writing a formal report, whereas the informal report is often aimed at one person. Maybe HOD has asked you to investigate into the problem, or the say report is to be read by the head of the department or maximum the principal of the organization. So there are two types of reports, formal reports and informal reports. Now coming to types of reports, it is not only the thesis that you are making, you are presenting your findings. Various other types of reports like accident report or incident report. Now in this case, you will describe what has happened, how did it happen, when did it happen, why did it happen, and who was involved, and your observations. So you are presenting a accident report. Inventory reports. You have got central storage in your organization. So what is in storage you want to see, and what needs to be ordered, keeping in mind the future requirement. So that is inventory report. You have got assistant professors, associate professors, number of technical and non-teaching staff, and the HOD or you see the head of the institution asks you to prepare the staff utilization report, wherein you will describe about the sufficiency of staff or the efficient use of that particular staff for various activities. Progress report or activity report. You are asked to prepare self-appraisal report, what progress you have carried out. Now you see in case of PhD scholars, some universities ask the PhD scholar to present 6-monthly progress report. So in case of that 6-monthly progress report, the scholar is presenting what he has carried out in this particular duration, that is in this 6 months, and he is making presentation and the feedback is given to him. So what is our status? Weekly, monthly, quarterly, annually. So we prepare the progress report or the activity report. Travel report. You have visited NITTTRCHD at Chandigarh. You have attended one training program. You are asked to prepare the study visit report or the travel report. Where did I go? What did I learn? whom did I meet, and so on. So several, sometimes you are required to make a presentation also along with the report writing. Laboratory report is another type of report. How did we do it? Why tests were performed? How it was performed? What test results were? And what follow-up action, if any, is required. So you describe all these components in case of laboratory reports. Performance appraisal report, study reports, I have already mentioned. Justification or recommendation report. Why we need large budget this time? So you see, during the annual operation plan meeting, the HOD submits a report about the justification for requiring these types of software or this type of budget. So why we need large budget this year, why we need the material on this date, and why we need these equipment, and so on. So you are preparing your justification, you are recommended. So these are nothing but you are documenting, you are reporting. So report writing plays a very important part in any organization, and it clarifies both the reader as well as the writer, because it records the significance, the purpose, the procedure, the limitations, as well as the interpretation of results, recommendation, and future action. Okay, in such a way that it may benefit the writer himself in systematizing his own piece of research work, as well as other readers who could make use of findings of your reporting in their area. Very important aspect, report writing. So all reports I have mentioned in this slide, that is justification report, recommendation report, performance appraisal report, travel report, study visit report, or as accident report, incident report, staff utilization report, appraisal report, activity report, progress report. All these share certain generic similarities in format and development and style. There could be minor differences, or minor difference maybe in respect of writing of that particular report, but the format more or less remains the same. Now let us have a look at the format of a formal report. It will include three sections. One is the preliminary section or preliminary material. Second is the body of the report, which may include the chapter on introduction, methodology, presentation and analysis of data, summary, conclusions, and recommendations. And the third section is the reference section or the reference material. Now we'll look into the details of these sections. Preliminary section. In some reports we include transmittal correspondence. This is included in only those reports where the project has been carried out on behalf of some outside agency, and we are submitting the recommendations or we are reporting the findings. Say we have received a grant from AICT or Ministry of Science and Technology for a particular project. We have completed the project. Now we are presenting the report, and in case of that particular report, we include transmittal correspondence, wherein we have one title page. We will also include a statement of when it was requested, and purpose and scope, as well as the acknowledgements. So this page is included in transmittal correspondence. In remaining other reports, we have only the title page, which include the broad title of the report. So you need to take into consideration the guidelines of defining or the stating the problem. So problem statement should be written in inverted pyramid. Okay, like first line is broader, then second line is smaller, then third line is more smaller than the second line. You also include name or title of the person to whom it is addressed. For example, in case of PhD thesis, we say a PhD dissertation submitted to Punjab University Chandigarh for award of PhD under Faculty of Engineering and Technology. Okay, so it is to be addressed. the name of the author, means the writer himself, and the institution. Now in the title page we don't write the name of the guide or the supervisor in case of Master of Engineering thesis and PhD thesis, as it is the requirement of Punjab University not to mention about the name of the supervisor anywhere in the thesis or dissertation except in the acknowledgement page. So name of the author and the institution, his registration number can be included, date of completion or date of presentation, same thing. Capital letters, the title should be written in capital letters, whereas the other details should be written in upper lower, and the title should be mentioned in inverted pyramid. I have already given you. Then you must have a page on acknowledgements. So please acknowledge the supervisor first, then the HOD in case of thesis, or in case of say PhD thesis. Acknowledge only those people who have provided you substantial help during the preparation of synopsis, conduct of experimentation, and writing of report. Don't acknowledge your family members. People keep acknowledging their wives, their husbands, or their children, so it is not required at all. So acknowledgement should be very brief, and you will include only those people who have provided you substantial help during the conduct of experimentation or during reporting. So this is regarding to the preliminary material, and under preliminary material we also include table of contents. Why table of content is necessary? So that any other reader who can quickly locate a particular section of your report in which he is interested. So list the preliminary material, the body, the reference material in the same sequence as they occur in the report and the page on which these begin. So I'll give you a specimen of the table of content page. So the preliminary section you will number in Roman numerals and others in other numerals. Okay. Then list of tables. You also provide a list of tables in the beginning of your material, that is the preliminary material. So it will include all the tables which are included in various chapters, and you will prepare a list of tables. Say 2.1, it means table 2.1 means first table in second chapter, appearing on page number say 27. So you will write page table number 2.1, the title of the table, and then the page on which it appears. So you need to mention the heading of the table also. Likewise, list of figures, list of illustrations. If there are so many, you can prepare a list of, because there are some readers who are interested in only tables, the data or the figures. List of abbreviations also you can write in the preliminary section if you have more abbreviations. So you have to mention first that what does this abbreviation stand for. Abstract is also the part of preliminary material, and you know the significance of writing an abstract. It is easy for a busy reader who wants to study what this project is about, how the investigator carried out, and what were the reports findings or the recommendations. If he is interested that this particular topic is topic pertains to his area, then he would like to study the whole report later on. So abstract helps the busy reader who has no time to read the whole material, but he would appreciate the summary or the brief findings. It will help those who do intend to read the whole report but would appreciate a précis first. So sentence structure, short sentences, as I have already given you the tips to effective written communication day before yesterday about the paragraph length, about the sentence length, about the clarity of words, about avoiding obscure words, camouflage words, okay, and so on. I have already discussed day before yesterday. So sentence structure, sentence should be very small, because small sentence convey sharp message. Use easily understandable words. Our purpose is not to impress upon our reader with the use of bombastic words. Our purpose is to make our viewpoint very clear. So highly informative sentences must be logically written. That is, first is in every paragraph you will write the introductory line, then the developmental line, and then the consolidated line. So the introduction, the body, and the conclusion, and one idea in one paragraph. Complete sentences. Now in abbreviation, don't include abbreviation in while writing abstract, because this is the start of your thesis. So expand. Third person and use past tense. Limit to a specified number of words. For example, you are writing an abstract for a journal, and every journal provides a guideline to the contributors that the summary or the abstract should not exceed 150 words or 200 words or 300 words. So, and then there is a guideline provided by various universities about top, bottom margin, left hand margin, and right hand margin of the thesis or the dissertation or the report, and you have to conform to those guidelines. Now coming to the body of the report, the major section of your thesis or dissertation, or you can say your project. So in this case, there will be a first chapter that describes the various terms used in your problem and why you have taken up this particular problem. So introduces the readers to the reasons why you undertook the project, why you expected to find, and why the study is important, followed by the statement of the problem, the definition of the objectives, as well as description of hypothesis. So statement of problem, definite and lucid words. Don't use very you can say vague words. Review of literature is essential in order to establish a theoretical base. Some professors prefer a separate chapter in the dissertation, whereas many include the dissertation, this review of literature section in the first chapter, that is introduction only. So after writing the review of literature, you will give a summary of review, that what others have given, what gaps they have left, and why you are going to take up this particular study. So there must be a summary after review of literature that describes the gaps in various research studies taken by other authors. Then on the basis of review of literature, you will formulate the hypothesis, whether null hypothesis or the alternative hypothesis. If number of studies give a direction in particular you can say area, then you will formulate the alternative hypothesis. And if the study is new and lot of literature is not available, and if available they are giving contradictory results, then you will formulate null hypothesis. You will state that there exists no significant difference, or there exists no significant relationship between so and so. Then this is for statement of hypothesis, that is prediction of facts, relationships based upon existing information that is available in the literature. So you can test experimentally and empirically. Delimitations of the study. You need to mention that the findings of my research are limited to, say, a sample of 400 engineering college teachers. We have not taken the entire population, or we have taken only 2 treatments. We have not taken into consideration different other treatments. So you need to mention that the scope is limited to this. And then definition of the term, that is the operational definitions of various terms used in your thesis. Say my topic is effect of problem-based learning on achievement of students in digital electronics. Now in this case, you see there are three terms are used. One is problem-based learning. Now what do I mean by problem-based learning in my thesis? So you need to give the operational definition of that term, problem-based learning. Likewise, achievement, it is a term. So what do you mean by achievement in your thesis? So you will say that achievement refers to marks obtained by students in say 20 questions pertaining to 10 chapters of digital electronics. So you need to give the operational definition of this term achievement. Likewise, digital electronics, you need to explain that I am taking those students who are studying digital electronics in first year BTech electronic engineering syllabus of say PTU or Punjab University. So you need to provide the operational term, you need to define the operational terms. Then the second chapter would be on the research methodology, that is the design. Okay, and here you will include research design, that since the topic is effect of problem-based learning on achievement of students in digital electronics, so for carrying out this study, an experimental research was employed, wherein the treatment was studied at two levels. One is the problem-based learning, and second is the lecture mode of you can say treatment. And the dependent variable is the achievement, the independent variable is the problem-based learning and traditional lecture method. So you need to mention under research design. Then coming to the subject, that is sample. So you would say that a sample of say 300 students were selected randomly from 5 engineering colleges of Punjab state. And how you have raised a sample of 400 students, you have to describe, you have to give the description of that sample selection. Then another section in the body of the report that is under methodology is the measuring instruments used. If firstly you have to give the list of measuring instruments, and if some measuring instrument you have developed, then you need to explain the procedure of developing that chapter on that procedure on measuring instrument. So you have to describe the validity and reliability of those measuring instruments also. So validity and reliability you need to explain, and how you have computed validity and reliability you need to mention also. So data gathering instruments, and then you will write the procedure, how you have performed the experiment. I will say that this study was carried out in 3 phases. In the first phase, the learning material on problem-based learning, achievement tests were developed, as well as the achievement test was administered to the sample of study as pre-test. In the second phase, the treatment was given to both the group. First group was exposed through problem-based learning approach, and second group was exposed through say traditional method of teaching. And in the third phase, the achievement test was administered to both the groups as post-test. So this is how you will write the procedure, and that too in past tense. Then you will say about statistical techniques used to analyze data. You will say descriptive statistics, namely measures of center tendency, measures of variability, skewness, kurtosis, and frequency polygon were prepared in order to study the nature of distribution of data. And then in regard to inferential statistics, you will say one-way analysis of variance or t-test or t-ratios were computed in order to test the hypothesis. So this is how you will write. Then coming to presentation and analysis of data, this is the third chapter. First chapter is introduction, which may include your review of literature. Second chapter is about the methodology, which may include the development of measuring instruments also. And third chapter pertains to the presentation and analysis of data, wherein you will tabulate the data, you will prepare tables, frequency distribution table, you will draw frequency polygons, also compute measures of center tendency, and discuss about the nature of distribution data, that is to what extent the data is skewed or kurtosis, or whether it is not near to the normal. Okay, figures, tables, other illustrations for examining the data more readily. Then you will describe the inferential statistics to prove the hypothesis. So in case of analysis of variance, you will describe first the main effect of one variable, main effect of second variable, then the interaction effect of those variables in different subgroups. Okay, and then you will present the findings. While presenting findings, you need to discuss the results. यहाँ पर बहुत सारे जो स्कॉलर्स हैं वो क्या करते हैं कि जो रिजल्ट आया, वी से दैट हाइपोथेसिस इज रिजेक्टेड और रिटेन्ड, बस यहीं तक छोड़ दिया. हमें यहां पर ये मेंशन करना है कि रिव्यू में कौन से जो फाइंडिंग थी, किस ऑथर की या किस कंट्रीब्यूटर की जो फाइंडिंग थी वो हमारी फाइंडिंग को सपोर्ट करती हैं. यू विल से दैट स्टडीज कंडक्टेड बाय सो एंड सो, यानी उसका ऑथर का नेम विद इन ब्रैकेट हियर, सपोर्ट आवर फाइंडिंग्स. और अगर आपका जो हाइपोथेसिस है, मान लीजिए आपने नल हाइपोथेसिस लिया एंड यू हैव रिजेक्टेड, यू हैव टू राइट डाउन द पॉसिबल रीजंस व्हाई, because you have proposed that there exists no significant difference and you have obtained the differences, so you will mention the reasons. Okay, possible reasons. So presentation and interpretation of results. Then the fourth chapter pertains to summary, conclusions and recommendations. So in the last chapter, that is the fourth chapter, you will give the brief summary, beginning with 1 or 2 paragraphs about introduction, need of the study, followed by the statement of the problem, objectives as such which were written in the first chapter, hypothesis जो पहले लिखे थे, delimitation of the study, research design in 2 or 3 lines, sampling in 2 or 3 lines, measuring tools used, only listing those tools because details you have already given in the body of the report. Then statistical procedure and the statistical techniques used, and then the conclusions, followed by implications of the study. बहुत कम स्कॉलर जो हैं वो implications लिखते हैं, वो सिर्फ conclusion दे दिया. Now what are the implications, actual application of your findings to the technical education system or to the world of work? You have to mention. क्योंकि हमारा जो रिसर्च करने का पर्पस ये नहीं है कि हमने थीसिस लिखा या प्रोजेक्ट किया उसको अलमीरा में सजाने के लिए रख दिया. तो एक्चुअल जो एप्लीकेशन है, इम्प्लीकेशन है, जो टेक्निकल इम्प्लीकेशन है या एजुकेशनल इम्प्लीकेशन है, यू नीड टू मेंशन. एंड देन द फ्यूचर स्कोप फॉर रिसर्च, क्योंकि आपने यहां तक किया या आपकी स्टडी में आपने डिलिमिटेशन डाले, तो आगे का जो रिसर्चर है he can take up further study. Then comes the reference section, which may include the bibliography or the references as well as the appendix. In regard to bibliography and references, I have already told you while discussing about research proposal day before yesterday, as well as appendix. So it is a bearing on the report that material which could not find proper place in the body of the report, you are appending at the end. लेकिन इसका रेफरेंस वहां देना है. जैसे से वी आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट मेजरिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स, वहां पर हमने हाउ यू हैव डेवलप्ड द मेजरिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट, यू हैव मेंशन्ड. रिलायबिलिटी, वैलिडिटी वहां पर आपने मेंशन कर दिया. एंड देन यू विल से ए कॉपी ऑफ द टूल इज अपेंडेड एट अपेंडिक्स ए, वहां पर आपने उसका रेफरेंस है. सो अपेंडिक्स ए, उसको अपेंडिक्स ए देंगे, या अपेंडिक्स 1 है, अपेंडिक्स 2 है, and so on. Rules for writing tables, because in every dissertation or every report we prepare number of tables, so there must be some guideline and all the tables should be of should be uniform. Their structure, their format should be uniform. So title, always mention the title of the table. Subheadings for rows and columns, please give. Not too much information. It should not be very crowded. Table on a single page. बहुत बार हमने देखा है थीसिस में जो है नीचे 2 लाइनों का टेबल आया, बाकी जो अगला टेबल का पार्ट है वो अगले पेज पे चला गया. सो यहाँ पर हमने फॉर्मेटिंग अच्छे से करनी है कि टेबल जो है इट शुड अपीयर ऑन सिंगल पेज. आधा इधर आधा उधर ऐसे नहीं जाएगा. तो हम जो वर्डिंग है ऊपर वाली आगे नीचे वाली उसको एडजस्ट करेंगे. एंड टेबल फॉर्मेट कंसिस्टेंट, हॉरिजॉन्टल लाइंस टू सेट ऑफ हेडिंग्स, वो आप देंगे. मैं उदाहरण आपको देता हूं. जस्ट लाइक यू सी टेबल 2.1. दिस इज द टेबल 2.1, मीन्स एंड स्टैंडर्ड डेविएशन ऑफ फर्स्ट सेमेस्टर स्टूडेंट्स इन पंजाब. Okay, this is the title of the table. Then you have columns, you have rows, you have labeled those rows and columns also. और ये जो टेबल 2.1 है ये टेक्स्ट में इसका रेफरेंस आना चाहिए. You will say that the measures of central tendency in respect of first semester students in Punjab are entered in table 2.1. Then you will write table 2.1 and you will give this table 2.1. Likewise for figures. So फिगर का जो टाइटल है वो नीचे देंगे फिगर के. टेबल का जो टाइटल है या टेबल नंबर है वो आप टॉप पे देंगे, यानी टेबल के टॉप पे. तो टेबल 2.1 मीन्स एंड स्टैंडर्ड डेविएशंस ऑफ फर्स्ट सेमेस्टर स्टूडेंट्स इन पंजाब. फिगर में लिखेंगे दैट फिगर 2.1 फ्रीक्वेंसी पॉलीगन इन रेस्पेक्ट ऑफ द ग्रुप ऑफ प्रॉब्लम बेस्ड लर्निंग in digital electronics, and like that. This is the format of a formal report. Table of content का ये जो पेज है वो मैं आपको स्पेसिमेन दे रहा हूं. Acknowledgement, list of tables, list of figures, abstract. इसी ऑर्डर में थीसिस में आए हैं या रिपोर्ट में आए हैं और उनको आपने रोमन न्यूमरल्स में इंडिकेट किया. Then उसके बाद chapter headings है. Chapter 1 is on introduction, so it has got 13 pages, so 1 to 13. Then subheadings, 1.1 is statement of the problem, 1.2 is the literature review. So जिस पेज पे वो appear हो रहे हैं उस पेज को mention करना है. और इसका मैंने significance आपको बताया था कि कुछ रीडर्स जो हैं they are interested in reading a particular section of your thesis. So ये आपको consolidate एक बर्ड्स आई व्यू देगा कि हाउ यू हैव स्ट्रक्चर योर थीसिस, कि कहां पर क्या है कहां पर क्या है. बिब्लियोग्राफी एंड अपेंडिक्स. लिस्ट ऑफ टेबल जो मैंने शुरू में बोला था, विच इज द पार्ट ऑफ योर प्रिलिमिनरी सेक्शन. So 1.1 student population of polytechnic students branch wise in Punjab, it is appearing on page number 10. Likewise list of figures, list of abbreviation you have to give. Now we will move to writing the journal articles or journal papers, because all of us are concerned with publishing papers in journals, और उसके कुछ हमें मार्क्स भी मिलते हैं for moving from assistant professor to associate professor. So it's very important because many people do not know what to do, how to write, okay, or how to proceed. So this is about the writing journal articles. Journal article, that is a technical paper, it could be a scientific paper. It is not complete, experiment is not complete until the results have been published and understood. किसी को पता ही नहीं चला, लेकिन आपने publish नहीं किया, somebody has copied, he got to know that you have conducted this experiment, वो अपने नाम पे छुपवा देता है. So as soon as you conduct the experiment and validate the results and support with the literature, kindly publish in the form of a paper, in journal or in the form of a paper you present during some seminar or conference. A technical paper is written and published report describing the original research results. Before you start writing for journal, you ask one question from yourself: why write? So list 3 reasons why you want to write an article. वहीं से आपको मोटिवेशन मिलेगा. एंड सेकेंडली, व्हाई रीड? आप जर्नल पढ़ते हैं. लिस्ट 3 रीजंस व्हाई यू रीड पब्लिश्ड आर्टिकल्स. दैट प्रोवाइड्स यू मोटिवेशन. और वहीं से आपका जो लिखने की जो कला है वो शुरू हो जाएगी, बिकॉज यू हैव गॉन थ्रू various articles in various journals, and you have also understood the instructions for the contributors by various journals. You go through those guidelines. Now question is, you have prepared your paper and you have submitted your article or paper to some journal. What happens? You have submitted to the editor, and editor has got the editorial board. He sends your paper to some experts in the area for the assessment of your paper. So on the basis of assessment of your paper, the expert either rejects the paper or he asks for resubmitting the paper with certain modifications. So then reviewers, it is sent to the reviewer. Reviewers reply to editor. Editor's decision is accept, reject or revise, and then it is sent back to you. You are asked to send the revised version and letter. So editor may revert to reviewers. So it means it is always the editor who decides. तो इसके लिए क्या करना है? Please read the instructions given at the end of the journal very carefully. What are their requirements? उन्होंने लिखा होता है कि आपका ऑब्जेक्टिव स्टेटमेंट ऐसा होना चाहिए. आपने जो ऑथर्स के नेम है वो इस तरह से लिखने हैं. आपके जो हेडिंग्स हैं वो डेसिमल क्लासिफिकेशन आनी चाहिए. 1 पॉइंट इंट्रोडक्शन, या ए को इंट्रोडक्शन देना है, क्योंकि आपने आर्टिकल भेजा, वो उसको एडिट नहीं करेंगे, वो आप ही को बोलेंगे रिवाइज करने के लिए. सो इससे पहले कि आपका पेपर रिजेक्ट हो या जो है रिवीजन के लिए आए, आप पहले से ही ये देखिए कि आपकी पेपर यानी जो पर्टिकुलर जर्नल जहां आप भेज रहे हैं उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है. को अगर उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट और आपके फॉर्मेट में प्रॉपर मैच है तो चांसेस हैं कि आपके पेपर को रिकमेंड किया जा सकता है, सब्जेक्ट टू असेसमेंट ऑफ कंटेंट इन योर पेपर. लेकिन पहली तो रिक्वायरमेंट है मैचिंग, कि उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट यानी उनके जर्नल का जो फॉर्मेट है और आपका जो पेपर का फॉर्मेट है, इट शुड मैच. व्हाट डू आई लुक फॉर एज एन एडिटर? मान लीजिए मैं ही एडिटर हूं. सो आई वुड वांट दैट पेपर वर्क इज ओरिजिनल. इसीलिए हम आजकल अंडरटेकिंग भी लेते हैं, दैट the present work is original experimentation carried out by the undersigned, and we have not taken anything from other source except for reference. Okay, and it is only for this particular journal. Content, is there enough? Simplicity, can it be clearer, shorter? आपने 20 पेज का आर्टिकल लिख दिया जिसमें कुछ जो है अननेसेसरी पैराग्राफ्स हैं. तो जो एडिटर है, ही विल आस्क यू टू कंसोलिडेट. कई बार तो हर जर्नल में पेपर की जो लिमिट है, वर्ड्स की लिमिट, वो स्पेसिफाई की जाती है 4000 वर्ड, 5000 वर्ड्स. तो उससे ज्यादा नहीं होना चाहिए. तो यू हैव टू और उसको बड़े वर्जन को छोटे वर्जन में कट करने के लिए आपको इस तरह से समझदारी लगानी है कि आपका जो मेन जो एम्फेसिस है वो भी डिलीट ना हो और वो लंबा भी ना हो. तो यू हैव टू डिस्क्राइब योर इंपॉर्टेंट things in lesser words. Before starting to write the paper, आपको क्या एक्टिविटी करनी है? You have conducted the experimentation. You record your readings, results, prepare tables. वो आप सेपरेटली कल आपको प्रोफेसर ने SPSS सॉफ्टवेयर के जरिए बताया था, यहाँ से एक्सेल से आप बना सकते हो. ड्रॉ ग्राफ्स, कीप फाइल टू रिकॉर्ड समरीज ऑफ रिजल्ट्स and any observation however insignificant. You can also mention about observations while conduct of experiment. आपको क्या प्रॉब्लम्स आपने फेस करी, you can also mention. Date the files और उनको chronological order में रखिए. Revise your readings. You may need to repeat an experiment while you still have the material. अगर आपने डेट वाइज रीडिंग्स रखी हुई हैं, आपको पता है उस दिन मैंने ये किया था तो ये रिजल्ट आए थे, सो व्हाट हैड हैपेंड, ओके, एंड देन राइट आइडियाज whenever they come to you. Generally these are the components of a journal or components of an article or paper for journal. इसमें से कुछ एक दो वेरी हो सकते हैं from one journal to another journal, but more or less the format is this: title of your problem followed by abstract. Some journal says summary, so abstract including the emphasis on keywords, then introduction, methods, that is experimental details, results followed by discussion, conclusion, रेफरेंसेस एंड एक्नॉलेजमेंट. कुछ जर्नल में एक्नॉलेजमेंट होता है, सब में नहीं है. यू हैव टू सी कि उस पर्टिकुलर जर्नल की क्या रिक्वायरमेंट. कुछ जर्नल्स में एक्नॉलेजमेंट्स होता है और ऑथर्स का जो है बायोग्राफी भी वो ब्रीफ में मेंशन कर देते हैं. सो एक्नॉलेजमेंट की आपने इस वर्क के दौरान किस किस को एक्नॉलेज कर रहे हो, यू कैन मेंशन सम इंपॉर्टेंट लैंग्वेज पॉइंट्स. हालांकि ये मैंने आई हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस्ड डे बिफोर यस्टरडे, but some of the points which need to mention again. Poor experimentation cannot be masked by brilliant writing. Experimentation तो ठीक नहीं है, लेकिन आपकी लैंग्वेज बहुत बढ़िया है. However, poor writing can mask brilliant experimentation. Avoid complex sentence structure. Use simple and clear English. Always keep in mind that the paragraph is the essential unit of thought. ये नहीं कि आपका 2 पेज का 1 पैराग्राफ है. So मैंने हिंट दिया था, always include 1 idea in 1 paragraph. पैराग्राफ का जो लेंथ है वो लिमिटेड होना चाहिए. इवन सेंटेंस जो है स्मॉल सेंटेंसेस होने चाहिए. यानी एक पैरा चाहे छोटा ही है, मान लीजिए 8 लाइनों का पैराग्राफ है, पर उसमें कोई कॉमा सेंटेंस ही नहीं है और कॉमा फुल स्टॉप ही नहीं है. सो उसको पढ़ने, मैंने आपको डे बिफोर यस्टरडे मैंने आपको कुछ एग्जांपल्स दिए थे कि वर्जन 1 में एक पैराग्राफ है, यानी एक सेंटेंस है ऑफ से 7 लाइंस. उसको अंडरस्टैंड करने में हमें बहुत मुश्किल आई, लेकिन उसी को जब हमने ब्रेक डाउन किया एंड वी हैव रिटन वेरी स्मॉल सेंटेंसेस, देन यू कैन मेक आउट वेरी वेल कि भाई इसमें क्या कहा गया है. Now let us have a look at some abstract. Now what is wrong with this abstract? In this paper we will describe some experiments that were conducted to measure the creep strain rate in a stainless steel, and we will discuss the significance of the results. Experiment हो चुका है, सब कुछ हो चुका है. He says we will describe, और इसमें फाइंडिंग नहीं आई, हमने सिर्फ प्रोसीजर लिखा है कि हम ये करेंगे वो करेंगे. So this is not a good abstract. Now let us make it slightly different. We conducted a series of experiments to measure the creep strain rate in the stainless steel alloy. We showed that the creep strain rate is proportional to the applied stress. Now this is slightly better. You are mentioning the main findings, but you can make it more better. मैं एक और वर्जन आपको देता हूं. यहां पर हमने पहले creep strain rate के बारे में लिखा है, because many people do not know. So we say creep strain rate is an important measure of a material's high temperature performance. It has been measured in various materials but not in the stainless steel. क्योंकि आप बता रहे हो कि भी पहले हमने लिटरेचर में देखा है that it has been measured for various metals but not for stainless steel. We conducted a series of experiments which showed that the creep strain rate is proportional to the applied stress in this alloy. So this strongly suggests that the mechanism of creep in this material is grain boundary diffusion. So this is very well written. और यहाँ से पढ़ने के बाद you can make out whether you want to read the whole paper at a later stage or whether this paper pertains to your area of research. यहीं से आप अंदाजा जो है वो लगा सकते हैं. फीडबैक जब आपके पास आती है, हाउ टू हैंडल फीडबैक. जब आपको एडिटर ने फीडबैक दिया, इंक्रीजिंग रिजेक्शन रेट्स, एडिटोरियल पॉलिसी, रिवाइजिंग योर आर्टिकल, रिस्पॉन्डिंग टू रिव्यूअर्स कमेंट, तब आप पॉइंट बाय पॉइंट एक्सप्लेन व्हाट यू चेंज, वो भी आप लिखेंगे, और एक्सप्लेन व्हाई यू डू नॉट वांट टू चेंज, वो भी आप जस्टिफिकेशन देंगे जब आपके पास रिव्यू के लिए आता है. सम अदर पॉइंट्स फॉर डिस्कशन. हाउ डू यू चूज विच जर्नल टू सबमिट टू. ये तो आपके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है कि आज के ज़माने में क्योंकि हम API को फॉलो कर रहे हैं तो वी नीड टू सी कि हाई इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर्स में एडिशनल वेटेज मिलती है. और ये भी हम याद रखें कि अगर 2 से या 3 से ज़्यादा ऑथर होते हैं तो आपको 60-40% आपको जो मार्क्स मिलेंगे. तो इतने भी नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स या नंबर ऑफ स्कॉलर्स जो हैं पेपर में मत डालिए. अगर 2 या 3 लोगों ने काम किया है तो उसको दिखाइए. इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर है, पीयर रिव्यूड है, रीडरशिप बहुत ज़्यादा है, और टर्न राउंड टाइम. टर्न राउंड टाइम क्या होता है कि आपके पास पेपर आपने भेजा पेपर एंड दे से कि भी आपका 2 डेज में 3 डेज में आपको जो है आप रिव्यू जो है आपके पास भेजा जाएगा, यानी आपको जो है उसके कमेंट्स भेजे जाएंगे वेदर द पेपर इज एक्सेप्टेड और रिजेक्टेड. सो ऑन दिस बेसिस यू आइडेंटिफाई कि मैं इस जर्नल में भेजूंगा. तो सबसे पहले तो हमें अपने एरियाज में जर्नल्स की एक लिस्ट बनानी चाहिए कि कौन से जर्नल जो हैं वो रेफर्ड जर्नल हैं, कौन से जर्नल जो हैं वो एल्सवेयर के हैं या से IEEE के हैं जो हाई इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर रखते हैं, और उनमें कितना टाइम लग सकता है और आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट जो है वो कितनी देर में है. बहुत सारे जर्नल्स जो हैं इंटरनेशनल जर्नल के नाम से कई नोएडा में, गुड़गांव में वी हैव कम टू नो, वो घरों से छपते हैं. तो प्लीज़ मेक श्योर दैट द जर्नल इज़ ऑथेंटिक एंड उसका जो है जो रेफरेंस जो है या उसकी रीडरशिप जो है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है. So some other points for discussion: open access journals versus traditional journals. So why publish in open access journal? Your article will obtain more citations. You own the copyright to your article. Your articles will be peer reviewed and published very fast, and all interested readers can read, download or print open access articles at no cost. So that is why these have got now significance. Your article can be read by potentially millions of readers, and open access journals are free to view, and Elsewhere's monography. So this is about writing articles or papers for journals. So friends, in this session we have learned about the format of a formal report. Formal report could be in the form of a thesis, dissertation for ME or PhD. It could be in the form of a project, or you have conducted small activities in your organization like some laboratory report, progress report, study visit, travel report. You have organized some function. You want to note down the problems you have encountered so that you can use those findings for while conducting the future activity. So Then we have also learned about the format of formal reports and informal reports, and what should be included in first chapter, second chapter, third chapter and fourth chapter, and the format of a paper in a journal. वो मैंने आपको एक स्टैंडर्ड गाइडलाइन दी है, बट मैं यहाँ पर दोबारा से कहना चाहूँगा कि ये जो फॉर्मेट है ये अपने आप में तो बिल्कुल ठीक है, यानी मैंने बहुत सारे जो हैं स्टैंडर्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस और स्टैंडर्ड जर्नल्स को लिया है, लेकिन जहां आप भेज रहे हो, अगर आपने यूपी टेक्निकल यूनिवर्सिटी में थीसिस सबमिट करना है तो ये फॉर्मेट आपको पर्टेन करता है, लेकिन फिर भी आप उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट देखेंगे कि वहां के थीसिस के लिए जो फॉन्ट साइज है वो क्या कहा गया है, फॉन्ट टाइप क्या कहा गया है, राइट हैंड साइड टॉप जो मार्जिन है, बॉटम मार्जिन जो है, लेफ्ट मार्जिन जो है वो कितना होना चाहिए। सो ये हर एक यूनिवर्सिटीज ने एक स्पेसिफाई किया हुआ है। लाइकवाइज हर एक जर्नल की अपनी रिक्वायरमेंट्स होती हैं, तो वहाँ आपको गाइडलाइंस दी होती हैं, उन गाइडलाइंस को आप केयरफुली स्टडी कीजिए एंड सबमिट योर पेपर। एंड मैं यहाँ पर आपको ये भी कहना चाहूँगा कि आप छोटी छोटी रिसर्च यानी एक्शन रिसर्च भी आप डेली लाइफ में किया कीजिए। जैसे क्लासरूम में आप पढ़ा रहे हैं तो लेक्चर मोड यूज हो रहा है, तो क्यों नहीं कभी हम प्रॉब्लम बेस्ड लर्निंग मोड ले लें, क्यों नहीं कभी हम मल्टीमीडिया प्रेजेंटेशन का मोड ले लें, देन कंपेयर करें कि इसी टॉपिक को मैंने इस तरह से पढ़ाया था और इस तरह से पढ़ाने में क्या गेन हुआ है स्टूडेंट के परफॉर्मेंस में। ओके, ये छोटी छोटी स्टडीज जो हैं ये आप कंडक्ट कीजिए। तो आजकल इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी का जमाना है, जैसे मैं आपको एग्जांपल दिया प्रॉब्लम बेस्ड लर्निंग इन डिजिटल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स। So problem based learning is pedagogy, okay, and you want to study its effectiveness on the achievement of students in digital electronics. So digital electronics is a part of your engineering, okay. So how problem based learning can be integrated into electronics? So छोटी छोटी स्टडी जो है वो कनेक्ट कीजिए। इसके साथ ही मैं ये सेशन यहाँ खत्म करता हूँ, एंड इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेरी यू आर वेलकम। यस, faculty in JSS Academy of Technical Education. If you have any query. Okay. So faculty of Merit Institute of Engineering and Technology.
On है. Sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, this is about delimitation part. So what I conceived that delimitation title can be included in thesis or any project, but is it also advisable to write it in journal publications?
You need not mention the subtitle in your journal, but while writing the objectives or scope of work you can mention there that I have taken only these two approaches. There could be more, there could be other approaches also. So my results or my experimentation is limited only to these two approaches. तो ऐसे करके आप लिख सकते हैं.
Right, sir. About sir sample size. So how to means come to the conclusion that what should be the appropriate sample size of a particular research?
You see, it is, if it is an experimental study and that too about technical education system, then you can take a sample of say about 200 or 100 to 200. But if it is very descriptive kind of study, then you need to take a large sample size. और अगर आपका इंजीनियरिंग में है कोई स्टडी, एक्सपेरिमेंटल स्टडी है, मे बी यू कैन लिमिट टू से 4 और 5 ऑब्जर्वेशंस, बिकॉज एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन में बहुत सारा नहीं कर सकते, तो सैंपल साइज छोटा हो सकता है. दैट डिपेंड्स.
सर वो लार्ज साइज हाउ कैन वी डिफाइन? बिकॉज वंस आई हैव सबमिटेड वन पेपर ऑफ कंसिस्टिंग ऑफ 350 सैंपल, सो दे रिवर्टेड बाय सेइंग दैट इट इज अ स्मॉल सैंपल साइज नंबर.
तो इसका मतलब वो मैनेजमेंट का पेपर था?
हाँ, मैनेजमेंट का था.
मैनेजमेंट का था तो डिस्क्रिप्टिव था, तो उसमें आपने प्रॉपरली एक्सप्लेन नहीं किया होगा कि आपने सैम्पलिंग टेक्निक कौन सी ली है, स्ट्रेटिफाइड ली है या कोटा सैम्पलिंग ली है। तो उसमें आपको ये स्पेसिफाई करना है कि अगर आप रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ली है तो भी 300-500 तक का सफिशिएंट है। लेकिन अगर आपके पास समय था या कोई अगर आप, कई बार तो ये भी होता है ना, आप डिस्क्रिप्टिव स्टैटिस्टिक्स यानी स्टडीज में 500 लोगों को भेजते हैं तो हार्डली यू रिसीव 300
जी
बैक, तो उसमें प्रॉब्लम आती है। तो हमें इनिशियली जो है वो 700 को देना चाहिए सो दैट 500 हमारे पास डाटा आ जाए। ये डिपेंड करता है कि आपका जो थीसिस के लिए था या आपका जो है वो प्रोजेक्ट के लिए था। तो आई थिंक 300 to 500 इज सफिशिएंट। जर्नल ने वापस किया है तो आपको जर्नल की रिक्वायरमेंट पढ़नी चाहिए थी। तभी मैंने बोला है कि गाइडलाइन दी होती है कि डिस्क्रिप्टिव स्टडी में आपका सैंपल साइज ये होना चाहिए।
राइट सर।
ओके।
Hello. Good morning, sir. I am Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh from Computer Science Department. Sir, just now you said ki, I mean, if two authors are there, then it is going to be divided in the ratio 60 is to 40% and so on.
नहीं,
So,
टू
yes,
में
yes.
प्रोबेबली इक्वल है, वो आप चेक कर लीजिए एपीआई की गाइडलाइन क्या है। लेकिन अगर दो से ज्यादा है तो उसके केस में 60-40 हो सकता है। आप एपीआई की गाइडलाइन चेक कर लीजिए।
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Actually, I want to ask if three authors are there, so what is the ratio? Oh, that is there in API.
हाँ, उसमें दिया हुआ है।
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir.
हाँ जी।
Myself from KIT.
हाँ जी।
Hello.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी,
Sir,
बोलिए।
I have a common problem. Suppose we are going to search some material regarding a particular topic. So many journals are available, so many, articles are available, libraries are available. So how to limit our study for a particular topic? Is there any criteria or approach so that we can limit our study for a particular topic?
देखिए, यू कैन डिस्कस विद योर colleagues, you can discuss with your supervisor or university professors, and you can ask them which journals are considered as the most reputable journals in your area. ओके, कोई मैंने बोला ना, जैसे बहुत सारे जर्नल्स हैं जो गुड़गांव से नोएडा से छपते हैं, हालांकि आप भी उसी एरिया को बिलोंग करते हो, लेकिन जर्नल्स जो हैं वो आपको ये 5,000 रुपया लेंगे। मैं आपको एक अभी बताता हूँ, मेरी डॉटर ने एक पेपर लिखा एंड आज सबमिट किया, कल उसकी एक्सेप्टेंस आ गई एंड दे हैव आस्क्ड हिम हर टू डिपॉजिट 5,000 रुपीज। तो मैंने अपनी बेटी को बोला, मैं कहा बेटा तुम्हें मैंने कहा था ना कि ये जर्नल ऐसे ही होते हैं। मैं कहा नाउ यू राइट बैक टू देम कि आई कैनॉट गिव 5,000 बिकॉज आई एम ए स्कॉलर स्टूडेंट ओनली। उसी समय थोड़ी देर बाद आंसर आता है नाउ यू पे 2,500। ओके, मैंने अपनी डॉटर को बोला, मैंने कहा अभी आप दोबारा लिखो कि मेरे पास कोई सोर्स ऑफ इनकम नहीं है। नाउ दे हैव सेड यू सेंड 1,500 एंड इससे कम नहीं हम लेंगे। तो इसका मतलब ये स्टॉप है।
Yes,
ठीक है,
yes, yes, yes.
देन आई सेड कि आपने इतनी मेहनत करी है, नाउ यू पे 1,500।
Right,
तो
sir.
हमें एज सुपरवाइजर, एज टीचर, हमें पता होना चाहिए कि कौन से जर्नल जो हैं वो बेस्ट जर्नल्स हैं। ठीक है,
Okay.
थैंक यू।
According to that, we have to study a particular.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी,
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
वेलकम।
Sir, it is MIT Meerut.
ओके,
Sir, several journals are there who have their impact factor, but they are not listed in ISI, SCI or ISI listed journals. That means they are not, but they have their impact factor. They show on their websites that they
यस,
have their
वही मैं
impact
बोल
factor.
रहा हूँ।
So, is it false? Is there any authenticated agency to calculate it?
मुझे तो लगता नहीं कोई एजेंसी है, लेकिन फिर भी आप चेक कर लीजिए एपीआई में क्या उन जर्नल को कंट्रीब्यूशन देने के लिए बोला हुआ है। यानी आप देखिए कि कौन से जर्नल लेने हैं। तो ये बड़ा एक सेंसिटिव सा एक इशू है कि हमें जो है, क्योंकि आप बहुत सारे जर्नल अपने आप ही वो दे रहे हैं कि भी मेरा इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर ये है। तो यू प्लीज आस्क सम सीनियर प्रोफेसर्स इन योर एरिया इन यूनिवर्सिटी। I won't be able to give the answer.
Sir, one more thing, sir.
हाँ जी।
Sir, there are several databases available. That means like Google Scholar and Scopus and other ones, Web of Sciences. So several journals are listed in Google Scholars, but they are not in Scopus and they are not on Web of Sciences. So
देखो
can we differentiate?
ये स्कूपर्स जर्नल जो है ये अभी आने शुरू हुए ना, उससे पहले तो सिंपली रेफर्ड जर्नल होते थे या इससे हार्ड कॉपी वाले जर्नल होते थे। तो अभी
जी
कुछ सालों से ही ये ऑनलाइन जर्नल्स हुए हैं, तो आप उनको कंसिडर कर सकते हो क्योंकि वो गूगल स्कॉलर ने उनको एक्सेप्ट कर लिया है और आपको वो आपकी साइटेशन उसमें दिखा रहा है। इट मीन्स पीपल आर यूजिंग योर पेपर्स, तभी वो साइटेशन बढ़ रही है ना आपकी।
सर,
हाँ, तो आप यूज कर सकते हो।
ओके सर।
So, if there are no more questions, we break for tea, and we will have next session at 11:30.
Sir,
So,
on what topic?
on Dr. P.K. Tulsi will engage on that is on evaluation of research report and ethics in research.
Okay. And sir, what time at OR?
OR is from 2 to 4.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
And we have invited one expert from QC University of Technology, Chandigarh.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Morning everyone at KIET, JSS Academy, Meerut Institute of Engineering and Technology and Northern India College of Engineering. Coordinators, first of all, I would like to thank all of you for filling the performer which was sent to you. I have received from KIET and Northern India, which they have compiled and sent to me. From MIET and JSS Academy, various participants have sent the performer through email. So thank you very much. And those who could not complete, if they can send it today, I'll be so obliged to them. So friends, are the participants available with us? Can I start the session? Ji.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what about JSS Academy and Krishna Institute? Are the participants here? JSS Academy, कहाँ रह गए participants?
Yes, ma'am. From KIT, we are available, ma'am.
All are here. अच्छा Krishna Institute से बोल रहे हैं
Yes,
आप?
ma'am. We are available.
Okay, thank you so much. Just give me a minute. Let me inquire from JSS. हाँ जी जी. Okay, okay, okay. So, well, friends, let the participants join. In the previous session, Dr. Sunil has dealt with writing a research report. Once a report is written, it needs to be evaluated. Evaluation serves many important purposes, and there ought to be a criteria for evaluation so that evaluation remains reliable as well as valid. So in this particular session, continuing with what Dr. Sunil might have dealt with, I'll be focusing on 4 aspects in the half of the session. Then we'll shift our focus to ethics and evaluation, ethics and research, not evaluation. Why there ought to be certain moral obligations on the part of the researcher, and how ethics help the researcher or the subjects who are a part of the study. In the very first half, I'll be focusing on why to evaluate, what to evaluate, how to evaluate, and who can evaluate a research report. Now coming to why to evaluate, let me listen from the audience first. So Indrajit, I would like to know your answer. Why do you think a research report which has been written by a researcher needs to be evaluated? What purposes it could serve?
To know the grading of the work carried out.
Okay, so grade करने के, if you want to grade the research, you need to evaluate. Over to Northern India College of Engineering, NIEC, NICE, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Why research report needs to be evaluated?
Ma'am, to search something which I would like to search from.
Search what?
To gain some knowledge and.
Okay, that means it is the purpose of the evaluator to gain knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. No, evaluation of a research may not be simply to gain knowledge. What other purposes it could serve?
To check the authenticity of research.
Okay, check authenticity of research. Okay. What else?
Why we want to check
Whether hello,
One by one. I think I'm getting one response. Hanji ma'am. Go
ma'am,
ahead.
I'm from Kite, Ghaziabad.
Hanji boliye.
Ma'am, I think the research should be evaluated because at the same time, maybe 2 or 3 number of researchers are working on the same topic.
Okay.
So apart from checking whether it is authenticated or not, or it should also be checked that plagiarism as well as the person, there is no repetition of the work on same topic.
Okay. So, but the research report, what you are talking is, once the research is ongoing, then only you need to check the repetition of the research beforehand. But once the report is written, that part is already gone. So, I am referring to specifically when the research report has been written by the researcher, it needs to be evaluated. So, any other reason why we need to evaluate?
Ma'am, whether it has been written as per the norms of the university.
Okay, so किस institution से आप बोल रहे हैं?
Ma'am, Kite Ghaziabad.
Okay, so thank you. Whether the report which has been written is as per the guidelines given by the university. Okay, you would like to test that, so you need to evaluate. Any other reason?
To see whether all the things are properly implicated or not in the research.
Okay, whether all the things which are required, they have been implemented.
Because there is a particular procedure, there is a particular set of format that is required to present the research, that is very mandatory, and that should be in certain accordance, in certain standards.
Thank you so much.
And it is also ethically, if we can go to biotechnological research, we can have a research on human beings, we can have a research on animals, then it is important, then that particular research should be ethically okay. It should not be unethical.
Very aptly you have said that one thing is whether the procedure has been followed, and secondly, whether the research report is as per the ethical standards or not. So let's see what other possible purposes the evaluation could serve. The very first thing which we all know, that when a researcher undertakes a research, primarily it is people pursue their doctoral work for the award of degree. So if we want to give credentials, we want to provide this doctoral degree to the researcher, then a decision has to be taken whether the research report is of a quality or of a standard which has been laid by the university, and you also check the authenticity of the work done, and then you say whether the degree needs to be awarded or not. Second is, if you have taken up a sponsored research project, maybe you have taken up a project from DST, or maybe you have taken up a project from Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, or maybe you have taken up a project funded by All India Council for Technical Education or any other research funding agency, then the funding agency need to evaluate that we provided the funds for a particular purpose and they had accepted your proposal. So whether the final outcome has been as per the proposal which was submitted, and this will also lead to taking further decision on the part of the research agency, because once you submit a report which is of quality as per the requirement, then you establish your credibility and the agency is able to take decision for granting further funds for carrying out the research or advancing the research in that particular area. And secondly, they are also examining whether the funds which were provided, they have been optimally utilized or not. Then implement the findings. Another important purpose which is served by evaluation is that you are able to determine the quality of research. Then you come to a decision whether the findings which are there, they have utility, they can be implemented. So if the quality of report is good, efforts need to be made and decision is taken how to implement the findings. So you enhance the utility of the research by evaluating the research report. Then further actions to be taken to improve a particular phenomena, a process, a system, a technique, because every research report is also giving suggestions for further areas of research. And on the basis of the findings and the further suggestions which have been made by the researcher, decisions are taken as how to improve upon the existing process, existing phenomena, existing system, and what actions are required on the part of the government, on the part of the institute, on the part of the individual, and they can plan and for this action which will ultimately lead to improvement. Then improve the quality of research. Once a research report is submitted, you evaluate to identify the strengths and weaknesses in the research and you improve upon the quality. Okay, it may not be in case, because even if we have to award a degree, sometimes you have seen that the external examiner gives a comment that it needs to be revised. It needs this particular section or this experimental setup which has been described need more explanation, or the results not have been interpreted in the right manner, they need to be rewritten. They give comments and the thesis need to be modified in the light of the examiner comments. And if you are taking a funded research, maybe the agency which has set up an expert evaluation of the large scale project, they may come out with, okay, you have carried the research, you have collected the data through questionnaires, but you need to validate the data through interviews or maybe certain observations of the phenomena at the site, and you can cross validate what you have been able to conclude on the basis of the questionnaire. So quality of research as such, or maybe your sample which you have selected, they find, as we have now taken up a small study where I have requested all of you to fill in the performer for promoting research culture. Now the number is less than 200. So I have only about 100 performer which I have received. So on the basis of that, we had these strategies in mind, and we wanted to know whether the teachers also agree to these strategies, or there can be any other strategy which can be used. So maybe if I make certain conclusions on the basis of 100 or 200 teachers, then if I look to how many teachers are there in the technical system, this sample is not representative of the whole population. This is a purposive sampling where I have gone by the teachers who are attending a particular program. They are giving their views on what strategies need to be used to promote the research culture. So I get an evaluation where I am given a verdict that you need to increase or the sample size, and you need to have a sample from across the 3 states, or maybe we have UP, Delhi, and then which made UP and Delhi. Okay, we have 2. Then you need to increase the size of your sample to come to certain generalization. So you are able to identify strengths and weaknesses, and then you can suggest a needed action to improve the quality of research. Then you have further areas of research. So what are some of the areas of research which are suggested by the researcher? So it gives an idea to the evaluator in which direction the further funding of the research can be done, or is there any important area of research suggested by the researcher on the basis of the findings? So this leads to identifications of areas for further research. Then identify researcher competencies. You would agree with me when you identify the strengths and weaknesses. Now, I took up a content analysis of 67 theses which were submitted. These were all MEd dissertations which were submitted to Punjab University in a particular year, and I have been part of evaluation of some of those theses. But then I took a rigorous study where I tried to evaluate all those 67 theses, and then I came to know that once the problem is people are taking up problems which are only adding to the research body without any addition of new knowledge or without suggesting any action where improvement could take place, or they are not giving any suggestion whereby the institutions can take up action to improve upon the teaching and learning of masters in education, or at the school level where the study was taken up. I also came to, like, people have taken up what is the parental, like the parental care which is given, and the achievement of the student. Now, parental care and achievement, though they have a direct association between the two, but as a researcher, as an educationist, parental care, how can I improve upon the parental care? I can only suggest. But as a teacher, if you tell me, okay, this particular strategy works best for the students of, say, mathematics or applied physics or mechanical engineer, as a teacher, I can implement that strategy and see the effect of that strategy on my student. So the problems selected, they had little utility for bringing improvement in the system. They were more of like establishing relationship between the variables, or they were with respect to studying the job satisfaction level and stress level of the teachers. But then the researcher is not coming out with a proposed model how satisfaction can be enhanced, or how the job satisfaction of the teachers can be improved and the stress level can be reduced. So unless and until you propose those kinds of models, the research is not complete. And then we found that most of the people in that particular study had selected sample just convenience sampling, but everybody was writing that random sample was selected, because the people whom I had taken the viva voce, so it was very clear that the day they went to the school, whosoever was available on that day, that was included in the sample. It wasn't altogether a random sample, it was only a sample which was convenience sample. But for the sake of writing a report, the people have written, okay, random sample was taken. So misconceptions, what is random sample, what is convenience sampling, or befooling the evaluator that it was a random sample, so you can generalize on the basis of that. Then I went into finding the relationship between the objective and the kind of analysis which was made. Now you also listen to Dr. Vidumohan, and she also stressed the objectives were are written with respect to the relationship between the two variables, and the kind of analysis made is that person is trying to find out the differences between the two groups of boys and girls with respect to a particular variable. So is there a match between the two? So we found that it wasn't there. So it also gave us insight that people, the researchers, they lack the skills as far as specifying the objectives are concerned, formulating the hypothesis, because it was easy for the researcher to go in for null hypothesis, even when the whole review of related literature is giving indication that when you try to integrate, that is computer assisted instruction, and you compare the conventional, majority of the studies which were included in the review, they highlighted that the people who were given CI and multimedia kind of instruction, they outperformed the other group, the students who were taught through. But again, it was null hypothesis formulated by the researcher. So if your review is coming to a consensus, or you can draw the conclusion, then you have to have alternate or the directional hypothesis. So even people lack that kind of a skill to formulate, come to the conclusions and formulate the right hypothesis. Then it was also indicated by this study that when it comes to data analysis and data interpretation, most of the researchers, they have tried to indicate the results, statistical results. So they said T was found to be not significant at 0.05 level. Hypothesis, null hypothesis stands accepted. Now, what is the interpretation? If T was found to be not significant, then what is the interpretation you come out with? Is it that there are differences in the mean scores of the two groups, or the two groups show the similar kind of performance on a particular test? So people have not gone into interpreting and then giving the plausible reasons why this is happening. And it was also indicated in those theses, very few of them, they could substantiate the results with the earlier research. So why do we include a review of related literature? Because the studies which corroborate the findings of our study, they need to be in the interpretation of the results, they need to be highlighted. Okay, the previous studies done by such and such person also support the findings of this particular study. Or if we say that the findings of the study are not supported by the findings of the earlier study, then we try to give reasons why the results are different in our case from the earlier study. So what was the context? And you need to give plausible reasons which need to be tested in further research. So that is also an area where you need to build the or enhance the capability of the researcher to interpret the findings and then come to certain conclusions. And so once you evaluate any piece of research, it will also give you an idea what kind of competence the person is lacking. And you can build or enhance the capability on the basis of evaluation on number of cases, not on the basis of just one single piece of research, but as an evaluator, if you have evaluated 10 or 15 or 20 theses in a year, then you come to the conclusion, okay, these are the areas where we need to focus more as far as the training of researcher is concerned. So accordingly, you can take decision with respect to building capacity or enhancing the capability of the researcher with respect to research tasks. Then identify areas which I have already taken up. So any piece of research which is evaluated can help you in any one of these 5 areas. Then the second question was what to evaluate. Now when you are carrying out a evaluation of a research report, the 3-4 participants who have given me the idea that what needs to be evaluated. People said authenticity you have to establish. there is a procedure which needs to be followed. So there are number of questions in the mind of the evaluator, and the person would like to find an answer to those questions. I have tried to jot down few questions, and I have taken the help from Colombo Plan Staff College modules on research. Now you will see one particular, because the very first chapter of the research report tries to give you the background, builds up the rationale why a particular problem needs to be studied, and then comes out with the objectives of the study. Then, so very first thing as the evaluator is, has a solid rationale for undertaking research been built by the researcher? Normally, you come across these research reports where the introductory chapter, in most of the cases where it is with respect to a particular industry, so people are giving theoretical or a theoretical background to, say, technical education system or to the industry or to the area of research. So if somebody has taken up wireless network, wireless networks, wireless sensor networks, so the person starts with the importance of WSN and continues with it, but where is the room for taking up the research? Where is the gap? If that is not indicated, then one wonders why research piece was or research was undertaken. So whether the person is able to identify the need for taking up that research problem. When I say need, that means need is nothing but a gap between what should be and what is, or what purpose could be achieved through that. If we are not able to achieve, then there is a gap. That gap can be bridged by undertaking a research, and thus you need to be very sure whether the person is able to identify the right kind of a problem or not. Has the problem been adequately defined? अब आपने ये तो नीड तो बिल्ड कर दी, अब आपने प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट दे दी. प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट, then are you able to define that in the right manner? That is what the evaluator is interested. Then you carry out review, and normally the research report, the second chapter, is the review of related literature. As I said in my session, majority of us go in for chronological review, and that too there may be gaps. One study with 92, another with 2000, and then 2005, then 2007, and so on. So one would wonder whether no research was undertaken. So first question is, has the researcher conducted adequate review of literature? One is with respect to the time period, another is with respect to the primary and secondary sources of information which have been tapped. So whether the researcher has based only on the basis of the current journals which are available, or has he gone to the various types of sources, like for the concept he has referred to a dictionary, he has also gone to a thesaurus to find out the synonyms, or the person has checked the encyclopedia, or the person has read the books, or the person has referred to the already available thesis in that. So adequacy doesn't only refer to the time period, but the sources of information which have been tapped. So whether only आजकल तो नहीं है, but earlier we used to refer to the journals which were available in the library. Today you have access through online to the international journal. So the person has been able to access that or not. Have appropriate conclusions been drawn? तो जो आप रिव्यू कर रहे हो उसके बेसिस पे you come to certain gaps in research, or you come out with conclusions, and then you formulate your hypothesis. Hypotheses are derived directly from the review of related literature, also taking into consideration the theoretical propositions. So you are trying to draw conclusions and formulate the hypothesis. Then the evaluator is also evaluating or trying to answer the question, have the objectives been clearly specified and hypotheses been accurately framed? This is the question which evaluator would be looking for the answer to the question. Then the whole procedure which you have adopted in undertaking the study, the design of the research, whether you have used survey research, correlational research, or you have used ex post facto and or experimental research, then whether that method of research was appropriate to the kind of problem statement you have taken up and the objectives and hypotheses which you have stated. Now, I'll give you one thesis which I evaluated at a particular point of time. The objectives and were to study the relationship, and inside the person has gone to study the effect of one variable on the which was not at all going along with the study. So it was all mismanaged kind of a research which was carried out, and the student was not clear what exactly I have done and how to represent that study. So methodology was not in consonance with the objectives and the hypothesis of the study. So whatever design you are selecting, that has to be matching with your objectives and the hypothesis. Then, has an appropriate sample been selected? That is the question. Sample, given you example, most of the cases it is not a random sample, but we try to use the parametric statistics and we infer about the population. So again, there ought to be the relationship between the objectives, hypothesis, the sampling strategies, and the kind of analysis which you have carried out. Otherwise, it will not be appropriate to infer about the population if you have gone in for the non-probability samples. Then have an appropriate measuring instruments been used, and you already are familiar with appropriate means. What do we mean by appropriate? Anybody would like to throw light on that? Hanji. Anyone from the centers would like to respond to? जी अभिलाष जी कोई आंसर करने वाला है?
क्या बोले?
Appropriate का हाँ जी.
हेलो
जी बोलिए. किस सेंटर से बोल रहे हैं आप? हाँ जी JSS बोलिए. Ma'am, I'm not getting your answer. हाँ जी.
Ma'am, appropriate means the right direct data, the suitable data for a particular procedure.
डेटा की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं. मेजरिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट आप ठीक बोल रहे हो पर डेटा की बात मत करो. मेजरिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट. Yes. Okay. Appropriate means suitable. That means an instrument which is valid and reliable. Thank you. So once you are evaluating a piece of research, you would like to see the tools which have been used, Were they calibrated? Are they standard measures of a particular phenomena? Are they context specific or culture free kind of standardized tests? And if yes, were they have been tried out in Indian context or not? So you are going to determine the reliability and validity. And if the researcher himself has designed certain questionnaires, certain interview schedules or observation schedules or achievement tests, then was that instrument validated and reliability found? So these are the questions which the evaluator will be interested in. Then another, you see whether the data collection procedures which were followed by the researcher, they were appropriate to the design of the research. So you have written, okay, you will go and teach in a particular class for 1 month and do this. So was that actually carried out, and was that appropriate as per the design of the research? Then has an appropriate data analysis technique been used? So again, that will go with hand in hand to your hypothesis and objectives, and you will have the results been appropriately reported. तो आप सिर्फ रिजल्ट्स आपका आ तो कुछ रहा है सिग्निफिकेंट और आप भी नीचे लिख रहे हो नॉट सिग्निफिकेंट, या आपने ऊपर टेबल में शो किया नॉट सिग्निफिकेंट बट नीचे उसकी इंटरप्रिटेशन कर गए हो सिग्निफिकेंट. मे बी यू हैव कम आउट विद a directional hypothesis, but the alpha level which has been used is 0.05 rather than the use of 0.10. So questions are raised with respect to whether the results of the study have been accurately reported, then have they been interpreted rightly, and what conclusions you draw on the basis of the findings of the study. And then what I said, most people forget about why review was carried out. The purpose, one of the purposes of review is also to support the findings or negate the findings. So whether they are in tune with or not in tune with the findings of the present study, then you also you are not only concerned with, you also look to the acknowledgement, to the content pages, to the tables, to the illustrations. Then you also see the references, whether they have been appropriately and accurately included in the reference list. And maybe also you are concerned with, are there annexures which have been there appended in the research report? If yes, whether they have been rightly referred in the text or not, or was there a need of annexure or not. So these are number of questions which you would like to answer by evaluating the research report. And this, is the organization of the report logical? I don't know, you also might have come across certain dissertation work at master's level, or if you have guided a PhD, because I find a number of people who have done their PhDs, maybe they have guided PhDs also. So in those cases you come across that people do not know why a particular chapter is being included in the research report. I came across few where I found that people have taken up a study on the industry. So they are writing one full chapter on how that industry has grown for the past 10 years or 15 years of its existence. The person is giving what is the organizational structure, what product services in detail. The whole work was with respect to the modern office management practices in a particular industry, and सारा कुछ उसके सारी बायोग्राफी उसकी लिख दी, but वो पता नहीं क्यों दी. That, and the less focus was on what are the MOM practices in that industry. So once we are writing, and is there a logical development or a relationship of chapter 2 with chapter 1, chapter 3 with 1, 2 and so on? So जो reading आप करते हो, फिर then you are concerned with the language, the coherence of the language and so on, how the person has presented the report, right? Because Dr. Sunil might have dealt with how language, everything goes into the past, how you have done that. So all these questions need to be answered when we try to evaluate the report. Then the third question is how to evaluate. बताओ जी कैसे कर सकते हो evaluate? No, I request the audience to come out with, आपके मन में इतने सारे क्वेश्चन हैं तो evaluate कैसे करना चाहिए? Yes, how can you evaluate? How to evaluate? What method can be used to evaluate? Go ahead, JSS. Any answer to this question?
Hello.
जी.
हाँ जी मैम, this is MIT here.
हाँ जी.
Ma'am, we can evaluate the report by our own judgment. The person may be so much experienced that he or she is capable of evaluating that report.
Fine.
It can also be evaluated by seeing a reference solution for that.
Okay.
That can be matched with it and appropriately then can be evaluated.
Okay.
It can be evaluated by making say for example that can be a group of people can assemble together and then that can be evaluated.
Okay. You are now switching over to who can evaluate.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
How? ठीक है. But very one good suggestion which you have given is, if there is any standard which is available or a reference is available, so you can compare the results with the reference and then you can evaluate. Fine. Thank you very much. Anybody else who would like to add to?
Good morning, ma'am.
हाँ जी. बोलिए बोलिए.
Ma'am, like we can have a format ready for evaluation in which we have various categories that with respect to the reference solution as mentioned by sir, we are categorizing the entire presentation under various formats and then marking each and every portion, whether it is the content or and time to time reviews are there, so evaluation pattern differs from review 1, 2 and 3. We can see that whether we are improving continuously or not.
Thank you very much. May I know your name, please?
Ma'am, this is Urvashi.
उर्वशी. अच्छा जी, आप ही बोलते हो उर्वशी, और कोई नहीं बोलता? Thank you so much. I think very rightly you have said that you can use different formats. You can use questionnaire, you can use a rating scale, you can have the tabular form. Where you, Hanji. Anybody else who would like to
say something?
Please go ahead, sir.
I am Prashant from Kite Ghaziabad.
जी बोलिए.
There are certain things which we need to while evaluating the research thesis or research report, we need to focus on the certain things like how the title, that particular title is crisp and clear or not.
Right.
And in introduction, whether the problem is correctly defined or not.
Right.
And after that, certain methodology, those which has been followed by that researcher, and data collection कैसे किया गया है. Apart from that, the results, what results he obtained, and certain discussion or conclusion which has been taken from that particular research. All these things we need to evaluate.
Very right. Thank you so much, Mr. Prashant. Now you can have a quick look at this, that when we talk about how to evaluate, you can design a rating scale whereby you can rate all those questions which you had in mind. What you have said, that problem statement, was it clear? Was the problem statement appropriately defined? Then, were the objectives clearly specified? Were the hypotheses correctly formulated? Have the researcher been able to draw conclusions, accurate conclusions on the basis of review of related literature. So you can have all those statements or questions written, then you can rate on a 3-point scale, 5-point scale of this. Or very rightly said by Urvashi, you can have the various components or aspects enlisted, and you can indicate how much weightage needs to be given to the various components, and then when you are evaluating, you can use that. For example, when we are going for evaluation of a research report, especially when there is award of degree at master's level or at PhD, it is also having an open viva voce. So the person is required to make a presentation and answer the questions raised by the audience and the experts. In that case, at this institute, once we are doing that, we have also come out with a small criteria, because the research report was to be evaluated from 100 marks. And we used to have 3 experts coming up, one as the vice chancellor nominee, another as the subject expert, another was another 2 experts, and then 1 vice chancellor nominee. So earlier they had come, so out of 100 they used to give marks. So then we thought it doesn't give us an idea where there is consensus among the reviewers, the evaluators, and which are the areas where we need to focus more as far as supervisors we need to lay focus on, and students are able to provide a good research report. So then what we did, say literature survey, so we thought, okay, adequacy, presentation of the review, and the conclusions drawn on the basis of the review, that carries 25 marks. Problem definition and objectives, so relevance of the problem, the definition of the problem, whether the objectives were appropriately stated or not, so that itself would get 10 marks. Then the theoretical background which has been presented, the rationale, 5 marks. Then the quality of the written report as such, organization of content, formatting, coherence, language, presentation through tables and graphs, and experimental work or the construction of tools which is given, analysis of results and discussion. We just gave 30 marks to the whole report which was prepared by the student. Then presentation and viva voce, quality of presentation and ability to answer the queries of the audience, that was given 30 marks. So once we are trying to evaluate, this was one of the way where we would wanted to have some insight into the areas which require more emphasis as far as supervisors were concerned, and we thought we'll get this kind of, and we'll use this information when we are trying to guide our students in their research work. So one can go in for construction of rating scale if one is doing, or if you are doing it, that there are external, internal members who are evaluating the research report, then a clear-cut rating scale or a criteria when specified facilitate the process of the evaluation of a research report. And the last question was, who should evaluate the research report? The person who has carried out research can evaluate the piece of research. तो जो कर रहा है वो अपने आप को evaluate कर सकता है. उसके लिए अगर आपके पास ये criteria ही है evaluation का, because once we get a prospectus for award of degree, even the funding agencies, they have criteria laid down. जब proposal आप बनाते हो तभी वो भांप लेते हैं कि what things should be covered in that research. So if your research report adheres to that criteria, then you are through with it. तो आपकी जो self evaluation है, that can be continuous, as Urvashi was saying, that if you know, have certain questions in mind, you have a rating scale, you can always evaluate your own piece of research. And On that basis, you can identify the strengths and weaknesses and take appropriate action. Or if evaluation is being done by the funding agency, if somebody has funded like DST or ministry or any other department which has funded the research, they may like to evaluate the final report and they would like to give their own conclusion. Or you can have external expert or a combination of internal and external experts for evaluating the report. So this is where I think once you write a report, you are keeping in mind all these considerations. And when you are trying to evaluate, you are trying to answer all those questions. So this is with respect to evaluation of a research report, but it has to be a systematic procedure which is already given to the individual who is undertaking a research. If I know the criteria, I'll be able to meet the criteria by building all those components in my research. I'll take care of that. I use appropriate technology, method, appropriate sampling procedure. I draw conclusions. If I know the weightage is being given to all these parameters, so the people who are undertaking research, they need to be given advanced information about the criteria for evaluation also, so they can adhere to those criteria. Fine. Any question? If you have quick question, then I have second aspect which I'll be focusing on, that is ethics in research. Any question at this juncture? Do we have any question?
Ma'am, this is from MIT Meerut.
Ji.
This is on the hypothesis part.
Ji.
That you said that depending upon the literature review, we have to formulate whether it is null hypothesis or it is a directional hypothesis.
Hanji.
So my question is how this hypothesis part is means dictating over the whole research body part.
सर ऐसा है कि जो आपका hypothesis है, that will be deciding factor with respect to the methodology you are going to adopt. जैसे कि मैंने बोला, hypothesis is there is significant correlation between the height and weight of the students studying in, say, primary schools or secondary schools or so, or somebody said that there is a relationship between the diesel used and the thermal efficiency of the engine. ठीक है? There is significant relationship. ये बोल दिया मैंने. Now, how this is going to affect the procedure I'm going to use for undertaking the study, the whole, because the design, it is giving me an indication that I need to use a correlational design where I'm trying to find out the diesel, which is the fuel which is used by the automobiles or so, engine, with then I have to collect data about the thermal efficiency of that engine. So it is giving me a clear direction. I need to have two sets of observations, one with respect to the fuel, another with respect to the thermal efficiency of that engine. It is also giving me the indication that these two are to be collected at the same point of time, because it's a relationship kind of a study. Then it gives me an idea with respect to how because it is now guiding me. If it is going to be correlational study, the sample which I am going to select, that means the cars which, or the whatever automobile you are having in mind, or if you are going to have in the laboratory, then the engine which you are selecting, that has to be the same with the different set of fuels. That means same engines will be used for two, कि वो fuel use कर रहे हैं, petrol कर रहे हैं या diesel आप उस पे, and then the number of observations minimum which are required to establish a relationship, दैट यू नीड टू टेक इन. सो आप जब फिर ये तो हो गया कि आपने स्टडी कैसे करनी है, उसका सैंपल कैसे करना है, उसमें आपने मेजर क्या करना है, 2 वेरिएबल्स एट द सेम पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, एंड देन इट इज ऑल्सो गाइडिंग यू द काइंड ऑफ एनालिसिस यू आर गोइंग टू मेक. अब देखिए, जब आपने रिलेशनशिप कह दिया तो मेरा क्या है कि मैंने उस इंजन को चलाया फॉर अ मंथ्स टाइम और फिर मे बी 10 days टाइम, एंड आई हैव checked the efficiency of the engine and I made number of observations of that after maybe 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, or maybe 1 week time, 2 weeks time, 3 weeks time, and so on. Then I have made observations on the fuel, the second set of fuels, and then seen the efficiency. तो मैंने वो कर लिया. अब ये मुझे गाइड कर रहा है कि अब मैंने फाइंड आउट क्या करना है. आई नीड टू अप्लाई द टेक्निक ऑफ रिलेशनशिप. सो मुझे कोरिलेशन निकालनी है बिटवीन द फ्यूल एंड द एफिशिएंसी. अब मैं फ्यूल को मेजर नहीं कर रही हूं, आई एम ओनली सेइंग कि फ्यूल किस टाइप का है, तो आई एम कैटेगराइजिंग. दैट इज अ nominal scale which I am using one set of observations with the fuel called petrol, another with the diesel. Then I have the 10 observations with respect to the thermal efficiency. Then वो मैं उसकी efficiency की ले रही हूँ, and then I am trying to compare, find the relationship between the two. तो मैंने कौन सा biserial या point biserial correlation कौन सी लगानी है, that is giving me an idea कि एक तो मेरा nominal scale पे है, एक मेरा continuous scale पे efficiency scale है. तो it is guiding me which particular technique will be. अब interpretation भी I am trying to do in the light of the hypothesis. क्योंकि अगर मैं hypothesis लेके चली थी there is significant correlation, then मेरा alpha level automatically मेरा हाफ हो गया था. मैं 0.05 लेके नहीं चल रही थी. अगर मैंने कहा देयर इज सिग्निफिकेंट रिलेशनशिप तो मैं 0.05 लूंगी. अगर मैं ये लेके चली थी देयर इज सिग्निफिकेंट पॉजिटिव कोरिलेशन बिटवीन द टू, देन आई एम यूजिंग अल्फा लेवल 0.10, बिकॉज अब चांसेस क्या है कि मैंने सारा पॉजिटिव रिलेशनशिप की बात की है. तो आपकी प्रोबेबिलिटी लेवल और द अल्फा लेवल ऑल्सो इज guided by your hypothesis, and then जितनी आप interpretation कर रहे हो वो सारी in the light of hypothesis. तो hypotheses are very important component of your research which will guide you through the procedure, through the sampling, to the measuring of the collecting data or making the observations, guiding you through the statistical techniques as well as the interpretation of the results. Do you agree, sir?
Ma'am, to carry forward with this example, let us supposing that we are trying to identify relationship between fuel consumption and the efficiency part.
Okay.
Now, depending upon this objective, we can formulate null hypothesis also and directional hypothesis also.
Fuel consumption and efficiency. Okay.
जी ma'am.
जी.
So we can formulate null as well as directional.
जी.
Now, both these two hypotheses are with relation to correlation.
जी.
Now, so my question was that how it is going to dictate our methodology part, or we can say that usage of instrument or tool technique.
देखिए अब एक चीज है कि आपने जब आपका हाइपोथेसिस इंडिकेट कर रहा है, चाहे वो नल है चाहे वो डायरेक्शनल है, कि देयर इज कोरिलेशन और देयर इज नो कोरिलेशन बिटवीन द फ्यूल कंजम्पशन एंड द एफिशिएंसी, यही कहा ना आपने?
जी मैम.
उसमें डायरेक्शनल है तो आप कहोगे कि देयर इज रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन द टू. जब ये वर्ड रिलेशनशिप आ गया तो आपकी सारी मेथोडोलॉजी इज रिलेशनशिप स्टडी. So your whole study is correlation study, and you are trying to establish the relationship between the two variables which are measured at a particular point of time. तो आपको सारी डायरेक्शन तो आपको हाइपोथेसिस ही दे रहा है ना.
जी
और
मैम.
अगर नल हाइपोथेसिस है तो आपके जो है आप स्टार्ट करते हो देयर इज नो सिग्निफिकेंट डिफरेंस, तो आप 0.05 लेवल या 0.01 लेवल लेके चलते हो. अगर आपने कह दिया डायरेक्शन दे दी तो आपका हाइपोथेसिस कहता है देयर इज सिग्निफिकेंट रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन द टू, तो आपकी अल्फा लेवल अपने आप ही चेंज हो गई. इंस्टेड ऑफ 0.05 यू आर लुकिंग एट 0.10 विच इज इक्वलेंट टू 0.05. तो आपकी अल्फा लेवल हाफ रह जाती है 0.10 बिकॉज ऑल रिलेशनशिप पॉजिटिव साइड पे रहेंगी ना जब आपने कह दिया सिग्निफिकेंट पॉजिटिव. तो गाइड तो आप हाइपोथेसिस कर रहे हैं. और जब आप रिजल्ट्स है क्या टेक्निक यूज करनी है स्टैटिस्टिकल, इवन यू आर गाइडेड बाय योर हाइपोथेसिस कि रिलेशनशिप है तो आपने कोरिलेशन निकालनी है. वेरिएबल के ऊपर डिपेंड करेगा कि वो वेरिएबल डाइकोटमस है, नॉमिनल स्केल पे है, ऑर्डिनल स्केल पे है या कॉन्टिन्यूस स्केल पे है, तो इंटरवल स्केल पे है मींस. तो वो आपको गाइड करे विच पर्टिकुलर कोरिलेशनल टेक्निक विल बी यूज्ड. सो हाइपोथेसिस तो बेसिस ही है ना आपके.
राइट मैम.
हाँ जी. एनी अदर क्वेश्चन?
हेलो.
हाँ जी.
Ma'am, you have very nicely and appropriately explained how to evaluate the research proposal or reports.
Okay.
I have a query here, ma'am. Is there something like assessment of evaluation also exist?
अरे नहीं, 1 minute. You are using two terminologies.
Yes, ma'am.
Assessment and evaluation. Assessment होती है
once we have done this evaluation on the basis of this why to evaluate, what to evaluate, how to evaluate, and who can evaluate. Is there anything like assessment also of this evaluation procedure?
नहीं, 1 minute. मैं पहले दो terminologies आप use कर रहे हैं, assessment and evaluation. Evaluation comes after the assessment. So assessment होती है that say for example जैसे आप students हैं, आप कुछ data collect कर रहे हैं, so that is an assessment. आपने कहा कि बच्चे के 100 में से 90 नंबर आ गए. This is an assessment, right? You have collected data and now you evaluate ये 90 जो marks आए हैं, how you try to interpret this, whether the student is meritorious or not, whether the students need to be placed in the next grade or not, whether the person needs to be given a scholarship or not. So you are now coming with a decision based upon your judgment. That is what is referred to as evaluation. So assessment simply means way of collecting the data or grading something, and then evaluation means making a judgment regarding the worth of that and then taking a decision. So evaluation is broader than assessment. So assessment of evaluation नहीं होगा.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Anything else? Any other questions?
Break for lunch.
No, ma'am.
Break for lunch अभी नहीं हुआ. अभी still 15 minutes are there, sir. ऐसा है, a quick word on. We all talk about research, and in today's context, we also know that there are problems. When as a student we take up a research at our master's level, or as a researcher we go for our pursuit of our doctoral degree, or as a teacher or academician we take up research, there are problems which are encountered, and many a times we are unable to solve those problems because they are very time taking or so. So people adopt a easy method to come out with the research, and there are pressures, all kinds of pressures exerted upon. तो उस केस में क्या हो रहा है कि sometimes we all go in for unethical practices or misconduct in the research process. तो जब ये unethical हो जाता है तो research has no meaning. जब मैं कह रही हूँ ethical, how would you like to interpret this term ethics in research? कैसे करना चाहोगे एथिक्स इन रिसर्च को इंटरप्रेट? क्या होते हैं एथिक्स? जी
Hello,
हाँ जी
ma'am. Ethics means if we are taking responses from any respondent, then we should take care of the ethical issues, or
ओके
we should
कोई
be
एथिकल इशू क्या है इसमें?
means to maintain the privacy of that individual.
वेरी
We should
राइट
not be disturbing in odd time to our
फाइन
respondent. We should
तो
take the consent of the respondent.
absolutely right sir. So one हाँ जी there is
Ma'am,
another answer coming.
ma'am, ethics are basically norms and rules to be followed.
Fine, the norms and rules which need to be followed. Okay, thank you
Hello,
very
ma'am.
much. So ethics in research,
Hello.
when we say
Hello,
हाँ जी
ma'am. We should be honest and we should not cheat whatever is granted to us in the
बिल्कुल
research.
ठीक है बिल्कुल ठीक है तो मैं ज्यादा नहीं इस पे कुछ भी बोलूंगी जस्ट क्विकली आई विल गिव माय व्यूज ऑन
Take
दिस
off
हाँ जी
means whatever the conclusion that we have drawn based
हाँ
upon the responses, it
जी
is our duty that we should also convey those conclusion and finding to our respondent. If
certainly
we can,
that means जो भी results आए हैं अभी कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि we started with there is a significant correlation between what you said fuel consumption and efficiency but the results of your study are opposite to each other there's no correlation between the two अब वो बंदा कहता है भाई ये तो रिजल्ट गलत आ गए हैं तो रिजल्ट गलत नहीं आए but whatever results are there one should try to accept those results and try to give reasons why the association between the two variable could not be found. अभी मैं आपको बताती हूँ IEEE में बहुत सारे एजुकॉन कॉन्फ्रेंस 2015 जो हुई थी उसमें बहुत सारे ऐसे पेपर थे where the people had gone in for virtual experimentation and so on. So people have created virtual labs where the students can access those labs sitting at home or outside and they can perform the experiment and so on. So usme they had gone in people would enjoy that but the results of the study indicated that students didn't like that idea and it didn't yield the desired results. So people have come out and presented this is where the weakness was, where this was the drawback in this kind of experimentation and this is what we found. So research results are not wrong unless and until you have made some intentional mistake in that or you have not used the valid measures to obtain the data or followed a wrong procedure. Otherwise the results जो भी आए हैं वो research result है. Maybe that is giving an indication to you to improve upon your research design or maybe a further study can be taken up. So it is giving you a direction for research also. So उसको करना जरूरी हो जाता है कि जो आए हैं उनको रिप्रेजेंट करना जरूरी होता है. तो ethics in research क्यों जरूरी है? Because any piece of research which is undertaken is forming the ground for further research. So आज जो research करी जा रही है that is based upon the past researches which have been carried out in the area and they laid the foundation. So it is, अगर आज आप जो research report कर रहे हो there are flaws, there are drawbacks, there are manipulations, there is misinterpretation and so on जानबूझ के तो that is going to harm the whole research process and research activity which is undertaken in future. Then it establish the credibility of the researcher. अगर आप ethics, honesty, integrity आप लेके चलते हो then you establish your own credibility as a researcher. Then scientific results also affects the society. If you are dealing with certain practical problem being faced and you are trying to find out solution and if your whole there is manipulation in the data and you come out with results which are not actually the outcome of the experimentation then it is going to affect the society because once you go and implement at a large scale the results will not be observable. And research misconduct can be categorized into three. That is fabrication, falsification and plagiarism. जब हम ये तीन चीजों की बात करते हैं, these can happen at any stage of undertaking research. Maybe when you proposing a problem, you are performing an experiment, you are reviewing a research, or you are reporting the research results. अब fabrication का क्या मतलब है? Fabrication का मतलब simply है कि आप data cook कर रहे हैं. You are manipulating with the data, with the observations which you have made, and you are recording wrong observations. दिखाई तो कुछ दे रहा है पर लिख कुछ रहे हो आप, उसको रिकॉर्ड अपने हिसाब से करते जा रहे हो, मैनिपुलेट कर लेते हो और फिर उसी चीज को रिपोर्ट करते हो. इट्स ऑल इंटेंशनल एक्टिविटी, देन इट इज मिसकंडक्ट. फाल्सिफिकेशन क्या है कि आपने जो इक्विपमेंट यूज किया वो वैलिड नहीं था, कैलिब्रेटेड नहीं था, और प्रोसेसेस और चेंजिंग और ओमिटिंग डेटा और रिजल्ट्स. आप बीच में से कुछ ऑब्जर्वेशन जो आपको सेटिस्फाई नहीं करती हैं उसको आप ओमिट कर देते हो, या इनकम्प्लीट परफॉर्मा है उसमें खुद ही भर के चार आप उसको इंक्लूड कर लेते हो. सो यू आर फाल्सिफाइंग द डेटा. Then plagiarism is, we all know, in today's context where people have accessed online to the materials, cut, copy, paste culture has actually taken place. And people try to lay hand upon the earlier work, maybe thesis done in US or UK or Germany or Australia. They copy the material and just include that material in their own, and they own that this is what I have written, without acknowledging or giving credit to the people who have actually worked on. जैसे हम लोग उस दिन बात कर रहे थे कि बंदा 2 या 3 पेपर उठा लेता है और उसमें जितनी क्रॉस रेफरेंसिंग की गई है उसके बारे में, जो उसके कंक्लूजन है, जो उसके कमेंट्स हैं, वो अपने पेपर में या अपनी रिसर्च रिपोर्ट में as such they are included, saying that you have read those references and you have come to these conclusions. ये plagiarism का एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा हो गया है. So fabrication, falsification and plagiarism, these three things together are referred to as the research misconduct. And जो plagiarism की बात मैंने कर दी है कि दूसरे के आइडियाज को अपना बना लेना है, तो कोट्स जो दी जाती हैं without putting them into the inverted commas, you are indicating that as if they are your own. दूसरे बंदे के paraphrase another person's words, either oral or written, वो भी आपकी plagiarism का पार्ट है. Person's ideas, opinions जो उन्होंने दिए हैं उन्हीं को आप ascribe करे जा रहे हो. You borrow the statistics और illustrative material used by another person, वो भी आपका इसी उसमें आ जाता है. And redundant or duplicate publication is publication of a paper that overlaps substantially with one already published. तो अगर एक published paper को दोबारा से आप कर देते हो तो duplicate the publication, even that is part of that. अब research ethics जो आप लोगों ने कहा है कि ethics, they are the guidelines how one should go about the research. तो ma'am has said these are the norms and rules, है ना. तो आप लोगों ने कहा these are, maybe you are thinking in terms of the standards established. तो ethics की जब हम बात करते हैं तो moral बीच में आ जाता है, what is right and wrong. तो every scientist and researcher need to adopt high ethical standards. अब ये high ethical standards की जब बात कर रहे हैं, आप लोगों ने कहा कि ये क्या होने चाहिए. Honesty. Honesty and integrity goes hand in hand. So if you are able to honestly say that you have used intact groups for conducting an experiment, or you could not control a particular variable, extraneous variable, which could impinge upon the dependent variable, then your generalization in within that context. तो आप अच्छा कर रहे हो कि आपकी स्टडी की डिलिमिटेशन क्या थी वो आप लिख रहे हो. So you are making the reader, the user of that piece of research wiser enough कि ये जो findings हैं within a particular context applicable है, beyond that context they are not applicable. Objectivity. तो आप कितना objectively without biases and prejudices you are trying to project or your research work. कई बार हम एक assumption लेके और सारी चीज को उसी के accordingly manipulate कर लेते हैं because I think कि teachers जो हैं they are not in favor of, say मैं कहती हूँ कि okay teachers are not in favor of having a condition of publication of papers for their career promotion. अब मैं ये लेके चल रही हूँ तो मेरे जितने भी orientation होगी of my research, I would like to prove this assumption rather than find out what is the actual opinion of the people. So any bias or prejudice or any kind of discrimination, objectivity also comes out with that you remain objective to people and give equal respect to the subjects without any discrimination to them. Openness. A good researcher who is able to monitor the progress is able to modify the procedures as he moves along the research. तो ये नहीं है कि अपने एक धारणा लेके गए और उसी को लग रहे, but if you come across literature which is contrary to your assumptions, so you modify your assumptions and try to think. So you are very open to what different people have said, what the theory says, so even the contradictions which come in, so you are open to all those. Carefulness. अब देखिए carefulness की intentionally error नहीं होनी चाहिए. Unintentional error is not coming under the misconduct in research. So as a person, when you recording, making certain, say, अब आपने आप सारी रात बैठ के आप अपने एक्सपेरिमेंट को कर रहे थे, ऑब्जर्वेशंस रिकॉर्ड करनी थी, बीच में कहीं नींद आ गई, तो दिस इज वेयर योर केयरफुलनेस कि आप उस चीज को रिपीट करोगे. यू विल नॉट रिकॉर्ड दैट अगेन, यू विल रिपीट दैट एक्सपेरिमेंट एंड सी द इफेक्ट. तो आप अपने लेवल पे यू आर ऑनेस्ट टू योर सेल्फ एंड यू आर बिकमिंग केयरफुल. केयरफुल ऑल्सो कम्स अंडर कि आपने अगर कोई गलती कर ली है तो उसको सुधार लेंगे as and when you are doing that. Respect for human subjects, somebody has already referred to that. अगर human subjects हैं तो human subjects मैं आपको आगे शो करूंगी कि human subjects में consent लेना, whether they would like to be part of your study or not, whether they would like to volunteer for the experiment or not, whether they would like to give the information or not, then आपको उनकी कन्वीनियंस, द पर्सन सेज आई एम नॉट टायर्ड, आई कैन कंटिन्यू विद दिस, तो आपको उसको भी रिस्पेक्ट देना है एंड यू हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ दैट. आप ह्यूमन सब्जेक्ट में नो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन अमंग द पीपल, सो बेस ऑफ कास्ट, क्रीड, कलर एंड सो ऑन, एंड फोर्स नहीं कर सकते हो आप किसी को किसी भी चीज के लिए. रिस्पेक्ट फॉर द कलीग्स विच जो आपके अदर रिसर्चर्स हैं उनके, respect for intellectual property जो हम copyright की बात करते हैं and so on. Social responsibility. So ethical standard demands that because your research is going to affect the society, so you should understand the social responsibility that these number of people are going to be affected by the piece of research which I am carrying out. तो अगर वो समझते हो तो आप objective रहोगे, आप careful रहोगे and you will be honest to what you are doing. Then confidentiality, personal information if taken, that has to remain confidential and you have assured confidentiality to your audience, their sample members. तो उन sample members की privacy आपको मेंटेन करनी है, उनका जो इंफॉर्मेशन आपने गैदर की है उसको कॉन्फिडेंशियल रखना है. It may not lead to any adverse effect upon the people who have given you the data and the information. And ethics in research also demands that you carry out a piece of research where you have the competence to carry out. ऐसे नहीं कि मैंने ले ली स्टडी, केस स्टडी, अब इंटरव्यू करनी तो आती नहीं है मुझे, इंटरव्यू करना ही नहीं आता, इंटरव्यू टेक्निक ही नहीं पता क्या होती है, and I'm trying to write a case, will not qualify me as a good researcher for case study. So ये सारी चीजें जो आप में होनी चाहिए. Ethics in research demands this certain personal attributes, certain technical competences to carry out research. और जहां तक authorship की बात है, I would like to just point out that many teachers guide MA, ME, MTech और मास्टर्स लेवल पे डिसर्टेशन गाइड करते हैं. Now the guide puts up a condition to the student that if you publish a paper, my name would appear as the first person, yours as the second person. So इस myth से बाहर निकलने की जरूरत है. वो contribution student की ज्यादा है rather than the guide. So give the liberty, give the ownership to the student who has actually worked on the problem and whose efforts have led to a particular kind of research. जैसे हम 3 लोग as a faculty लिखते हैं पेपर, तो नॉर्मली हम क्या करते हैं, सीनियर मोस्ट का नाम सबसे ऊपर, फिर दूसरा, फिर तीसरा. नहीं, always respect the contribution made by the member. अगर आपको लगता है सबसे छोटे ने सबसे ज्यादा contribution दी है, then that person name should appear as the first author of that paper. तो recognize कि किसने कितनी contribution करी है in that kind of a work. Then ये जो आप and और ये जितना आ रहा है, ये सारी चीजें आपकी डिपेंड करेंगी on your recognition. तो ये human subjects की आप बात कर रहे थे कि वॉलंटरी पार्टिसिपेशन होनी चाहिए, इन्फॉर्म्ड कंसेंट होना चाहिए, एंड यू शुड आल्सो लुक इनटू द सेफ्टी ऑफ द पीपल, दैट देयर इज नो हार्म डन टू देम, उसमें कोई रिस्क इन्वॉल्व नहीं है. एंड खास करके जहाँ पे हम एक्सपेरिमेंट करते हैं ऑन ह्यूमन सब्जेक्ट्स और एनिमल्स, तो उनकी लाइफ को कोई रिस्क नहीं हो. कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी वी हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट. Anonymity is also very important because sometimes when you gather information with personal data and information, people do not give their correct opinion about the things. तो छोड़ो यार, बाद में इन्हें नाम आ जाएगा, अगर डायरेक्टर को पता चल गया या किसी को पता चल गया तो they'll object to it. So sometimes anonymity helps you in getting the right opinion or correct opinion or the exact opinion of the people, right? So right to service, so you need to cater to their needs and you need to be just in dealing with that. अब जब आप कर रहे हो किसी दूसरे के views को, always use quotation marks when you are including the actual comments, actual opinion of an individual, use inverted commas. Then अगर आप कोई beginning of the paraphrase section किसी दूसरे का आइडिया दे रहे हो तो उसको acknowledge कर दो, ठीक है? तो citation जो है that should be there within the paragraphs when wherever you are trying to include the comments, actual opinion, actual wording of the people who have already worked it. तो जो आप research कर रहे हैं that has to be based on certain sound theory. तो ये भी आपको ध्यान में रखना है. और accuracy of research results, तो जो procedure laid down किया उसको follow करोगे, जो results आए actual form में उनको आप present करते हो, which you have already said. देन प्रोटेक्टिंग रिसर्च वो भी हो गया. अब securing and storing data safely to preserve the integrity and privacy of data. तो जो आपने data gather किया है, if you have assured confidentiality, anonymity, then please secure and store the data somewhere which is not approachable or accessible to others. एंड कई बार हम क्या करते हैं, अच्छा हम अपनी जगह पे किसी और को ड्यूटी दे देते हैं कि चलो हमारा रिसर्च स्कॉलर है, तू बैठ जा आज सारी रात तू रीडिंग नोट करना. नहीं, अवॉइड डेलीगेटिंग वर्क टू अदर्स. अगर अदर्स को करना है देन ही और शी शुड बी अ पार्ट ऑफ द टीम एंड ट्रेन्ड इन मेकिंग और रिकॉर्डिंग ऑब्जर्वेशन. सो प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग दे के आपने करना है. देन जो आपका डेटा है उसकी ट्रुथफुल पोर्ट्रेयल इज इम्पॉर्टेंट. जो आ रहा है उसी को रिकॉर्ड करिए. एंड आपकी जो डेटा आपने कलेक्ट किया है, you should take the ownership and responsibility of that collected data. Or retaining data and sharing access to with colleagues and the public, वो नहीं करना है. आप सिर्फ जो members हैं of the research, only they should have the access to those things. Data reporting आपने बोल दिया था, इसलिए मैं ज्यादा नहीं बोलूंगी. So यही बोला है कि अगर आप जो रिजल्ट्स आए हैं, देयर इज नथिंग राइट एंड रॉन्ग रिजल्ट्स. अगर आपको लग रहा है ना रॉन्ग आ रहे हैं, रिपीट द एक्सपेरिमेंट विद ड्यू कंट्रोल्स एंड देन ट्राई टू गैदर द डेटा एंड देन ट्राई टू पुट द डेटा एंड देन स्टेट द प्लॉसिबल रीजंस फॉर द फाइंडिंग. ये आपको ध्यान में रखना जरूरी है. सो आई थिंक दीज आर सम ऑफ द पॉइंट्स which as a researcher you need to take. Avoid fabrication, falsification and plagiarism. If you avoid these three things and you make sure intentionally you do not indulge into misconduct, then it is not unethical. अगर intentionally कोई mistake होती है वो unethical है. अगर unintentionally कोई mistake हो जाती है then you are not adopting unethical practices. So this is all about what ethics in research you need to take care of. And I think I've already exceeded 10 minutes. I'll not take any question. Maybe at the end of the last session we can invite questions. So thank you very much. We break for lunch and reassemble at 2 o'clock for this session on operational research. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
2 o'clock?
हाँ जी. 2 बजे.
मैंने इसे ऑफ नहीं करा. मैंने म्यूट नहीं करा.
तो अभी भेज देना मुझे लंच टाइम में. ओए किथे गया भैन जी, इन्हों लभना ही मुश्किल हो जाता मेरे लिए तो.
गया स्टार्ट लास्ट सेशन है आज का मैं तो कल आ गई मेरी तो छुट्टी ठीक है कौन ने ये दे दिया हमने कल आया ये अभी तो क्या नाम है इसी में तो बना था रोबोटिक रिसर्च कल्चर ये तो हमने भर दिए थे कल क्वेश्चन है दे भी दिए मैम बता रही थी कि एनआईसी से मिल गए हैं ये अब पहुंचा है बस कौन लेके गया थे नाम बोल गया ये शंकर जगत मैम चलो मैं फाइल ये ना अप्लाई टू सी इंफॉर्मेशन फॉर कलेक्टिंग डेटा कलेक्ट मत हो गया जिसको मैं यही हटा है हेलो गुड आफ्टरनून हाँ जी मैम मैं ये कह रही थी कि अभी है ना ये शंकर जो है मुझे मेल का वो देके गया है प्रिंट आउट वो है परंतु मतलब पी के थ्रू से मैम ने भेजा है तो आपको कोई मेल आई है क्या इसमें लिखा है अच्छा अच्छा
सही
अच्छा वो इसमें लिखा है सर थैंक्स आई वुड लाइक टू सीक परमिशन फॉर कलेक्टिंग डेटा फ्रॉम द फैकल्टी ऑफ accredited programs in
Hello. Hanji, good afternoon everyone at Northern India College of Engineering, Krishna Institute of Engineering and Technology, Merit Institute of Engineering and Technology, and JSS Academy of Technical Education. I hope the participants are back. Yes, the coordinators, please.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, they are coming back.
They are or they are with us? Coming या आ गए हैं?
नहीं मैम, अभी 4-5 लोग आए मैम, बाकी आ रहे हैं वो लंच
चलो,
में।
you give 2 minutes.
जी जी जी।
What about GSS? आगे जी। Sonali, at the sorry, JSS Academy, Gunjan ji.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hanji, good afternoon.
I am from JSS.
Right, right.
And related to previous lectures, I have a question. Can I ask that?
नहीं अभी क्वेश्चन मत पूछो, क्वेश्चन मे बी टुवर्ड्स द एंड ऑफ द सेशन। अभी मुझे बताओ पार्टिसिपेंट्स आने में टाइम लगेगा?
मैम, they are just here only.
सारे तो नहीं है, तो बुला लीजिए, then we can start the session because I have expert with me. हाँ जी, KIET आगे जी।
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what about one more institution, Northern India College of Engineering? Okay. So welcome back to the post-lunch session. Friends, it gives me immense pleasure in introducing to you a very renowned academician in her own area of specialization, Dr. Sucheta, who is professor in Peck University of Technology, and she has done her all masters in science and MPhil PhD from Punjab University, Chandigarh. After completing her studies, she has served in the degree colleges as the professor in mathematics from 88 to 95, and since 1995 she is working in Peck University of Technology and training students who are likely to be graduate engineers in various branches of engineering and contributing her might, because mathematics again is very basic to an engineer, and if he or she knows in mathematics, then it is very easy for the engineer to actually go in for implementation of many of the aspects. She has thus 27 years of teaching experience. She has contributed her might by publishing papers at the national and international level, and she has 12 papers which are published in international journals, and 15 papers she has presented in the national and international conferences. And she is also guiding students for their postdoctoral work, and at present 2 students are pursuing their PhD work under her supervision. In addition to that, she has shouldered many important responsibilities at Peck University of Technology from time to time, and also guided students in their professional and career development. With these words, I welcome Dr. Sucheta to the program on research methodology and thank her for accepting our invitation to be with us and deal with one of the important aspects, which is operational research, and requested her to focus more on optimization techniques. So I now request Madam to take charge of this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Tulsi, for these kind words. A very good evening to participants at Merit Institute of Engineering and Technology, Krishna Institute of Engineering and Technology, JSS Academy of Technical Education, Noida, and Northern India Engineering College, Delhi. So we begin our journey for operation research. This is going to be an overview of operation research. We'll begin with some examples, some problems where operation research is used. And in fact, these examples I have chosen from the curriculum of engineering students. So these examples are a representative of what we usually teach to engineering students at undergraduate level. The first problem that I have chosen where operation research is used is that of class scheduling. This is a problem which is common to all educational institutions. So we have to schedule mathematics classes in a college. Suppose there are 8 classes to be offered. There are 4 teachers and every teacher can teach a maximum of 3 classes. So we first list the classes that every teacher is to teach. Teacher 1, C1, C2, C3 and C4. Teacher 2, C2, C4, C6, C8. Similarly for teacher 3 and teacher 4. If you look at it, even in this distribution, a careful planning is needed. Then the other aspects of the problem are the time restrictions in a day. There are 6 periods in a day and there are 2 rooms available, and we can schedule only 1 class at a time in a room. And a teacher can also teach only 1 class at a time. Now, if we look at this problem is an operation research problem, but not an optimization problem. We can solve it by using a network flow model by which we can assign classes to teachers and teachers to periods. I won't be showing the solution here. So here I have again tried to tell you the parameters. Costs are not involved, revenues are not involved, so there are no optimization which is required. But again, we need a solution which works, where there are no clashes, and because if there are clashes, the whole system of the institute would collapse. The various parameters are classes, then the task of assigning classes to teachers. We have to take into consideration the teacher limits. Then when assigning teachers to periods, we have to take into consideration the limitation of 2 rooms per period. This is a very typical example of scheduling. It could be any types of scheduling, flight scheduling, buses scheduling, trains scheduling. So when we are solving this problem of scheduling, almost every area of our day-to-day life is covered under this. The next type of problem which can be solved by using operational research methods is work assignment problem. I'll just read through the problem that I have chosen for that. A contractor has 5 jobs to be done during the next week. 2 workers are available for the jobs and each one can do 2 jobs in the week. The profit for each job depends on the worker assigned as shown in the table below. The problem is to select the jobs and assign the workers to maximize total profit. Some jobs may not be assigned in the final solution, that is okay with us, but we require that job 4 must be done. So there are certain constraints. Job 4 is crucial, that has to be completed. We can leave one or two of the other jobs. This problem can be tweaked a little bit. This table shows the profit that you will earn if worker 1 works for a particular job and if worker 2 works for a particular job. So the problem is to maximize the profit. We could have a problem, similar problem, in which we don't have a table which gives us the profit with respect to the workers, but which gives us the cost of the worker. One worker, he is not ready to work at a lower salary, the other worker is willing to work at a lower salary, and again the salaries, they depend on the various jobs. And if we have a table like that, then the problem will be a different problem. It will be a problem of minimization, because then we have to reduce the cost. If we just look at the mathematics which works behind the maximization and minimization problems, it is a simple methodology. We can translate a minimization problem into a maximization problem, or a maximization problem into a minimization problem, by simply working by the negative of the function which is involved, which is the objective function which is to be maximized or minimized. We just take minus of fx, where fx is the objective function. If the original problem was to maximize, we can change it to a minimization problem by working with minus of fx. Because minus of fx, the graph is inverted in the x-axis, it is the mirror image in the x-axis, and therefore these two problems are equivalent. So whether we are minimizing or maximizing, we can solve the problem of optimizing the required function. And here in this problem, we are optimizing, and we are optimizing under certain constraints. So this again seems to be a simple problem which we teach how to handle to our BTech students. So we can usually solve it by a linear programming model, and then we can use sensitivity analysis to determine, because at times the solutions are dependent on small changes. Sensitivity analysis is the study of how small changes in the parameters affect the solution, whether we still get the optimal solution or not. So we can do sensitivity analysis to determine whether the changes are independent, whether the changes are cumulative or not cumulative. Then we can answer questions like, to which worker would it be most beneficial to assign job number 3? And what are the benefits of assigning the jobs like this? And then we can just leave the priority of job 4. We wanted that job 4 is a must, it has to be completed. So if we don't require this job to be completed, then can we save some additional money or not? So this type of questions can be answered by the techniques that we learn under operational research. So I have a solution here, but I think I can skip it for the time being. Then there is another problem, the transportation problem. This problem, the general statement is like this. Suppose a company has M factories where it manufactures its product and N outlets from where the product is sold. Transporting the product from a factory to an outlet costs some money, which depends on several factors and varies for each choice of factory and outlet. The total amount of the product a particular factory makes is fixed, and so is the total amount a particular outlet can store. The problem is to decide how much of the product should be supplied from each factory to each store so that the total cost is kept to a minimum. Now this is the general problem when we are calculating the total cost of transporting the goods to various outlet stores from the production sites. So this is an example. So we have such data, and the question is which plant should supply how many cars to which outlet so that the total cost is minimum. Now such problems are also solved by linear programming methods, and in fact transportation problem, when we just stick to this problem, we have a systematic method which is based on linear programming model, but which is much easier to handle because it is specific and it is much easier to handle. And this is also a part of the curriculum for regular BEME operational research courses. So I have formulated the model here. Again, it is a linear programming model. And you can use it by using simplex method or by the specialized method, which is used only for the transportation model. Now, I look at another problem, which is a typical decision problem. And as I go through it, you will feel that this problem is much more complicated than the ones I have already discussed. So in operation research, the complexity of the problems is also, it can vary a lot depending upon how we are forming the model and what sort of models can be formed under operation research. So this problem goes like this. A bus company is looking for drivers for its buses. The schedule varies from hour to hour because the customer demand is varying. In the next table, the customer demand is shown. Time 0 represents midnight, and times are shown with a 20-hour clock starting at midnight. And this is an example schedule. And the problem is to write model for a general problem with parameters describing the demand for each 4-hour period. So this is the driver requirement. From 12 midnight till 4 o'clock in the morning, the demand is 4. In the next 4 hours, the demand is 8. In the next 4 hours, the demand is at peak from 8 to 12 in the morning. And again, from 12 to 16, 4 o'clock in the evening, the demand is a little lower, but then again it peaks from 4 o'clock till 8 o'clock in the evening. It is at its best peak, and again it declines after 8 p.m. So this is the driver requirement. Then the problem is a little complicated, as I told you in the beginning. There are 3 classes of drivers: part-time, who work for a 4-hour shift; full-time drivers who work for 8-hour shifts; and split shift drivers who work 4 hours, then take off for another 4 hours, and then return for another shift of 4 hours. In the next slide, I'll be showing you the parameters and the characteristics and the availability of drivers. And the problem is again to write the model in terms of these parameters. Okay, let's see what can be the parameters for this problem. The parameters would be the demand for drivers during the interval starting at a given time t, then hourly wages for part-time drivers, hourly wages for full-time drivers, hourly wages for split-time drivers, number of part-time drivers available, number of full and split-time drivers available, number of full and split-time drivers willing to work at a premium wage. This, then there is more to the problem. The split shift wage is more than the full-time wage. There is a limited supply of part-time drivers. Full and split-time drivers are drawn from the same pool of persons. An additional pool of drivers can be obtained to work full or split shifts at a premium wage of 1.25 times the wage of the regular drivers. A driver of any class can work at most 1 shift per day, although a shift started at the end of the day may continue into the next day. So just see these restrictions. If I just read it and I think of solving this problem, I'll go crazy. Even with my mathematics and all, I think it is very difficult to just absorb the problem and just think of this problem as one problem. It doesn't look like one problem. Now the question is to determine the number of drivers of each type to hire in each time period in order to satisfy the demand. And then on top of that, it is not just a scheduling problem, it is a minimization and optimization problem as well. The goal is to minimize total wage cost, and we have the following parameters. Again, there are lots and lots of parameters, and if I write the mathematical model, there are going to be lots and lots of equations, and then I'll have. So this is a decision problem. Now there are more questions. Once we have decided Even if the system is working, then there could be more problems in the system. Once it is existing, even then we can think of some improvements in the system and some more questions can pour in. For example, the company is considering raising the wages of full-time drivers in order to encourage more people to work in the full-time category. Then, what full-time wage rate will result in a different solution? So we can use sensitivity analysis to answer this question. Another question could be, we go back to the base case. The company is considering placing an advertisement for more part-time drivers. The advertisement costs $100 and is expected to add 10 more part-time drivers to the pool. Now again, the question is to decide whether we should go on with the advertisement or not, because we are spending an additional $100. If we are not going to save more than $100 after we make this change, then it is not advisable. So to take such decisions also, it is operation research which comes to our aid. So now just focused on why we need operational research by giving you a few examples. There are many more, and in fact, if we go to one of the websites for the Science of Better, which is the website of Informs, you will find plenty of reasons why we should go for operational research. It is basically inside everything, and they have a registered trademark for that, or inside for that. So what is actually operations research? What is operations? Any activities which are carried out in an organization. Operations, in fact, it came from the war. The name originally came from the war, and operations research, this subject, first formally started during World War II. Research. So I have written one line, but I'm not going to read this line because throughout this course I think you have been taught what is research. There are other names for operations research. So some people call it operational research. So this is the Britishers' nomenclature for that. Americans call it operations research, but OR is suitable to both. Then there are other names, management science in US, or management science OR/MS or ORMS. There are courses in ORMS, there are courses in just MS. Basically what they are teaching is operations research. Industrial engineering in some places and decision science in some other places. It is often considered to be a subfield of mathematics. Now, till I was asked to prepare this talk, I was also thinking that it is a subfield of mathematics. But after I prepared an overview of what operations research actually is, I feel the other way around. I feel that mathematics is a subfield of operations research. Now, it has been called an art as well as a science, and as we proceed through the talk, you will understand why it is called an art as well as a science. So these are some of the quotations. I've named the people who have given these definitions. T.L. Sati says it is the art of giving bad answers to the problems which have otherwise worse answers. Arthur Clarke says the art of winning wars without actually fighting them. And then Wagner says it is the scientific approach to problems solving for executive management. So what is happening, in fact, operational research is being taught to different sets of people, and everybody is giving a definition which is suitable to their needs. Hamdi Taha. So it is Hamdi Taha's book, which we usually follow in the graduation course for the operation research subject. He says it is a scientific knowledge through interdisciplinary team effort for the purpose of determining the best utilization of limited resources. Miller and Starr, they define operational research as a scientific approach to decision making that involves the operations of organizational systems. And World Health Organization 2003 gave the definition of operational research as the use of systematic research techniques for program decision making to achieve a desired outcome. Yet another definitions. So somewhat similar, application of scientific method by interdisciplinary teams. So here interdisciplinary word has come, which was not there earlier, to solve problems involving the control of organized systems, which could be systems involving only humans, system involving humans as well as machines, so as to provide optimal solutions to the problems. So it is yet another definition, a little more explained. It is a scientific approach to execute decision making, which consists of the art of mathematical modeling of complex situations, the science of the development of solution techniques used to solve these models. Now it is basically in this where mathematics comes, when you develop the solution techniques and when you apply the solution techniques. So if I say mathematics is a part of operational research, I won't be wrong. And then the third aspect, which is also very important, is the ability to effectively communicate the results to the decision maker. And I'll elaborate on these points more later in the talk. So operational research people, they work to provide rational basis for decision making by seeking to understand and structure complex situations, and to use this understanding to predict system behavior and improve system performance. Now this definition gels very well with our driver's problem. That was a very complex situation, and the solution would require understanding of that problem and then use the appropriate mathematical models, and then predict the system behavior and improve the performance of the system. And then this type of work is usually done using the analytical and numerical techniques, manipulation of mathematical and computer data, and then we also involve the various procedures of the various organizational systems. So in a nutshell, operation research consists of optimization. It involves a lot of mathematics, many algorithms. It needs modeling. Modeling could be mathematical or algorithmic or some other type of modeling. Decision making, communication, and teamwork. And these things, I think I don't need to explain each thing in detail. You already understand what are these things, and maybe some of these things will be elaborated later. How we make decisions, how we model, and how we optimize, I'll be coming later. So before I go into operation research and an overview of that, I need to look at the history of OR. Some of the methods used, mathematical methods used in operations research, they may be relatively old, but as a discipline, it is quite young. If I was a student in one of the universities world over, 70 years or 60 years ago, I will not find any university where I could do a course or a program in operations research. I could take admission in Masters of Mathematics, Masters of Physics, Chemistry, Engineering, but no university would offer a course on operational research. But nowadays, it is happening. And the first formal activities of operation research were started in England during World War II, when through team effort, some British scientists, they were taking decisions to be implemented in the war regarding the best utilization of war material. So the history dates back to 17th century. So Isaac Newton developed differential calculus and the methods of optimization. When we talk of maxima and minima, and I think even a +2 student is familiar with these methods of finding the maxima and minima for a function of one variable. So it goes back to Newton, and this was developed in the 17th century. Then we look back to Lagrange, who initiated the subject called calculus of variation and minimization of functionals and methods of optimization for constrained problems. And in fact, calculus of variations, it is a multi-variable calculus, and this is even in these days we are teaching calculus of variations to students at master's level in engineering. Then Cauchy, he was also a famous mathematician of the 18th century. So Cauchy gave us the steepest descent method for unconstrained optimization, and this method is different from the earlier methods in that because this gives you an algorithmic method. It is not a direct closed form method, and he also gave solutions by the direct substitution method. Then we remember Euler for his calculus of variation problems and minimization of functionals. In the calculus of variations course, most of the work even taught today is due to Euler and Lagrange. And then Leibniz again gave us some more differential calculus methods of optimization. I'm sorry, this is again 17th and 18th century, so this is not set according to the dates, but still they are approximately of the same time. These mathematicians were there, and they gave us the differential calculus methods of optimization. Now after that, nothing happened for almost 100 years in this field. Linear programming and simplex method, they came into existence in 1947, so as old as independent India. And Bernard Dantzig was the person who introduced linear programming and simplex method. One thing I would like to tell you, that simplex method is based on linear algebra, which many of us don't know. Because when we are teaching to engineering students, we are more focused on the method and how it works. This is the problem, this method would work, and this is how you have to use it. We are not concentrating on how this method was obtained and how this method came into existence. So the basic foundation of this method is linear algebra. A lot of linear algebra is at the back end of this method. Then in dynamic programming problems, dynamic programming is when we have a complex problem and we are splitting it into many problems, many simpler problems. So Richard Bellman came up with the idea of splitting a harder problem into simpler problems and then use your programming techniques, which were already known. Then Harold William Cohn and Albert William Tucker. All of you must have heard about Cohen-Tucker conditions, necessary and sufficient conditions for the optimal solution of programming problems. This is a part of Cohen-Tucker conditions, is a part of every course on operations research or optimization. And then von Neumann and John Nash. John Nash was incidentally Neumann's PhD student, and they worked in game theory, and that was also quite recent. So the whole theory of operation research, after the initial differential calculus things, it is comparatively new and came up in the 20th century. So I come to simple examples because you might be getting bored with all that theoretical things. So let us just go to an example which is a very simple example. The question is of having a rectangle having maximum area when we are given a piece of wire of fixed length L. The length won't change. We can bend it and make a rectangle. And the problem is we are not to bend it into any rectangle. We want to bend it into a rectangle which has maximum area out of all those rectangles. So when we have to solve this simple problem, then again we need to ask questions. First of all, how many alternatives do we have? It is how many rectangles can we make out of this piece of wire? How many? 1, 2, 3, 100, 1000, or infinitely many? Any number, infinitely many. The alternatives are infinitely many here. But then out of those infinitely many, I can't sit down and calculate the area of each rectangle individually. I need to have some method. And in fact, if I give this problem to a student of +2, he can handle that problem. Thanks again to the differential calculus. So how to find the rectangle having maximum area out of all these rectangles? So I need to reach a mathematical model. So I have to formalize the problem. How do I do it? I define the length and breadth of the rectangle as continuous algebraic variables. Continuous means which can take any real number as their value. So I denote by L the length and by B the breadth of the rectangle. Then the wire is fixed and the wire is going to be bended to make the rectangle. So the length of the wire is equal to the perimeter of the wire of the length is equal to the perimeter of the rectangle. So, and what is the perimeter? Perimeter in terms of length and breadth is twice length plus breadth. So this is one constraint. 2 times L plus B is equal to L. Then length cannot be negative. Breadth can also be not negative. So L is bigger than or equal to 0. B is also bigger than or equal to 0. And what is going to be the area of the rectangle? It is going to be L times B. So I denote area equal to L times B. And my problem becomes area is equal to LB. So I need to maximize this function subject to the limitations or constraints. 2 times L plus B is L. L is bigger than or equal to 0 and B is bigger than or equal to 0. Then how to solve this? I can use solution by using theory of functions of 2 variables, but this problem can be tackled thanks to the limitation that I have. The constraint makes my work easier because the constraint is in terms of equality, so I can always get L or B, small l or b, in terms of the other variable. So 2 times L plus B would give me one of these variables in terms of the other. So I will have a function of one variable. A is equal to L times, so B I write as L by 2 minus small l, capital L by 2 minus small l. So L times, in brackets, capital L by 2 minus small l. So I need to maximize this. and my constraints are only L and B are positive. So what do? I have a function of one variable and I need to find the points of maxima of this. So I go to the first derivative with respect to L, I go to the second derivative with respect to L and check where I get the points of maxima. Simple solution which any +2 student can also do. But this is also a problem which comes under optimization and therefore under the ambit of operations research. And what is the solution? What is the solution? The solution is, what do you expect? Anybody? The solution is when L is equal to B and both are equal to capital L by 4. So the solution is we get the maximum area when the underlying rectangle is in fact a square. Another example. So this example is a very different kind of example. Suppose that a businessman flies from Chandigarh to Delhi. Most of you are from around Delhi, and if you happen to come to Chandigarh, you can do your scheduling, and if you are frequently coming to Chandigarh, then you can use this problem to your benefit. Suppose a businessman has to fly from Chandigarh to Delhi on Mondays and come back on Wednesdays for 10 consecutive weeks. And now I have my data. A regular round trip ticket costs ₹10,000. But a 20% discount is granted if the dates of the ticket span a weekend. A one-way ticket in either direction costs ₹7,000. How should the businessman buy the ticket for the 10-week period so as to spend minimum amount? So there is no scheduling. Schedule is already fixed. Mondays out of Chandigarh to Delhi and Wednesdays from Delhi to Chandigarh. Schedule is already fixed. There are several packages available for the tickets, and you have to choose the best package and the best schedule. How to buy the tickets? Schedule for buying the tickets. All right. What are the decision variables or decision alternatives first? What are the decision alternatives? So decision alternatives are based on your schedule of how you buy the tickets. What are the restrictions? Under what restrictions you will take the decision? And what is an appropriate objective criteria for testing the alternatives? Now, when I talk of restrictions, the only restriction that is there is you have to fly from Chandigarh to Delhi on Mondays and you have to be back on Wednesdays. That is the only restriction. Now, what are the decision alternatives? Okay, I hope all of you are not sleeping, so I need to get the answers. I have not solved it here. In my next slide, there is something else. It is not the solution. So please get ready with the alternatives. I want to get the alternatives from you. The simplest alternative is you fly from Chandigarh on Mondays and come back on the same week on Wednesdays. But then you'll have to pay full 10,000 for one trip, and you will end up spending 1 lakh for the 10 trips. Now, can we reduce this cost by having another decision alternative? Okay, merit wale pehle bolenge. Any other alternative? If I don't have any alternative, yeah, there are merit people. So what alternative will you give? Monday को छुट्टी बुधवार आना है. That is the only restriction. पर हमें 20% रिडक्शन तब मिलेगा राउंड ट्रिप पर अगर हम जाने के बाद, कहीं भी जाने के बाद वहां पर वीकेंड रुकते हैं। Some easy alternatives are there. कि नोएडा वाले, मुझे लगता है मैंने सुला दिया। ऑल्टरनेटिव ढूंढने हैं, थोड़ा दिमाग वहीं रखें अपना, घर के बारे में तो नहीं सोचने लग गए कुछ कि मैम तो पता नहीं क्या बोल रहे हैं। या नोएडा वाले प्लीज।
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
People from JSS College. I think the person can fly to Chandigarh on Sunday, that is weekend. So
संडे नहीं जाना है, संडे नहीं जाना है, मंडे जाना है चंडीगढ़ से दिल्ली। ये तो
we can go, no? Monday before we can go.
No, we can't. That is a restriction. He has to go from Chandigarh to Delhi on Monday and come back on Wednesdays, and this has to continue for 10 weeks. 10 weeks continuously. 10 हफ्ते लगातार उसको मंडेज को चंडीगढ़ से दिल्ली जाना है और वेडनेसडेज को उसको दिल्ली से चंडीगढ़ आना है।
So alternative I am talking about. So for business trip we can move one day early also.
Whatever alternatives you have to give is by respecting these limitations. You have to travel from Chandigarh to Delhi on Mondays, and you have to travel from Delhi to Chandigarh on Wednesdays, okay, and you have to do it continuously for 10 weeks. There are alternatives.
One Monday he can travel to Delhi, from Chandigarh to Delhi, and then Wednesday he go back again. Then next week.
That's what I'm saying. So how should he book the tickets? The round trip tickets, Monday गया, Wednesday की ticket, पहली round trip ticket, Monday जा रहा है, Wednesday वापस आ रहा है. Second round trip ticket, second week, Monday गया, बुधवार वापस आया. Third week again he did the same thing. Now can you give me a better alternative of booking his tickets? जाने आने का शेड्यूल यही रहेगा, टिकट्स अलग तरीके से बुक हो सकते हैं. Okay, I'll give you a hint. पहली टिकट वो वन वे टिकट ले सकता है चंडीगढ़ से दिल्ली मंडे की. You get the idea now? पहली टिकट चंडीगढ़ से दिल्ली वन वे ले ली, उसके बाद
पहली टिकट राउंड ट्रिप की ले ली, फिर एक नेक्स्ट वाले वेडनेसडे की टिकट अभी बुक करा ली, एक मंडे गया तो नेक्स्ट वेडनेसडे की टिकट भी बुक करा ली वापस के लिए.
Okay, so this alternative, let me explain this alternative, then I'll come to a still better alternative. Okay. So he can take he can do the booking like this. First Monday, he takes a one-way ticket from Chandigarh to Delhi. Then the next ticket, he takes a round trip ticket from Delhi to Chandigarh for the same Wednesday, and from Chandigarh to Delhi for the next Monday. बीच में weekend आ गया, so he'll get a discount, and he continues this for the intermediate periods, or last में he'll reach Delhi on a Monday, but then he'll have to book a one-way ticket from Delhi to Chandigarh for the last Wednesday. Okay, can you calculate the cost involved in this? So I have now 9 round trips and 2 one-way trips. 2 one-way tickets and 9 round trips with a discount. So 9 times I can get a discount. Okay, is it 86,000? Because I also did the calculation when I was driving in my car and wrote it. Single visit का 7,000. 14 plus 72. 8,000 for a discounted round trip. 8,000 for a discounted round trip. 9 round trips discounted. It will make 72,000 plus 2 one-way trips. 86,000. So how much do you save just by booking the tickets in a smarter way? Okay. Suppose I could book all my tickets with the discount. Okay. How much will I save still? I'll save another 6,000. So if I get an alternative, if I'm unable to see that alternative, I'll be still saving 14,000. But if I'm able to book all my tickets as a discounted round trip, every trip spanning a weekend, then I'll be spending only 80,000, and which is the best possible thing, because I cannot get any more discount. That is the maximum discount you can get under this scenario, under the given circumstances. That is the maximum discount you can get. So can you think of a way in which you can get the maximum? So is my solution 86,000 optimal or suboptimal? It is suboptimal. Okay, it is suboptimal. But if there is no other way in which I can get the books, then it is optimal. So can you think of another way of booking the tickets in which, okay, think smart, please. First Monday and last Wednesday. Yes. First Monday and last Wednesday, instead of booking a single way ticket, you book a round trip. And you will get, and then you don't have to look for any other alternative if you have listed this alternative. If I had listed this alternative in the beginning, I won't be looking for any other alternative, because that is the maximum thing I could have reached. So that is also important in the analysis. What is the maximum optimization level? If you have already reached there, abandon your search. You are not going to get any further. Okay. So that was the smartest way. Pehle Monday or last Wednesday ka round trip, and then baki ke round trips, Delhi to Chandigarh and Chandigarh to Delhi. I hope everybody understands that now. Okay. मैं वही तो कह रही हूँ, मैंने सुला दिया उनको. Okay. The general OR model, it will look like the mathematical model. Most of the time I'm saying, because there are some problems in which we are not maximizing or minimizing. We are just looking for a good solution, as was the case in our class scheduling problem. So it is maximize or minimize an objective function subject to a set of constraints. So then we solve this model and we look for solutions to this mathematical model using mathematical techniques. And we talk of feasible solution and we talk of optimal solution. And here I have tried to give the definitions, because many a times I have observed that in my class some of the students, they don't know what is a feasible solution. A feasible solution is the one which satisfies all the constraints. So if I was getting the answer, you can go on Friday instead of Monday, that is not a feasible solution. So that we are not looking at. We have to look at only those conditions which satisfy all the constraints. So first we'll look for the feasible solutions, and then out of the feasible solutions we'll look for the solutions which is the optimum solutions. Okay. Then quality of solution depends upon the completeness of the model in representing the real system. So in the earlier example, if we had not explored the possibility of the last alternative, then we could have, okay, we could have gone, okay, I have to go on Monday and come back on Wednesdays. There is no possibility of me staying there overnight. So how can I get a ticket which spans a weekend? You are not staying there, but you can still get tickets which span a weekend, and you can get the maximum benefit out of it. So if you had just thought of that possibility, you would have spent total 1 lakh. If you had taken the second alternative, then you would have spent 86,000, but that solution would still be suboptimal solution and not the optimal solution. So the totality of all feasible solutions are to be considered, and then you have to look for. So it is the quality of solution is, even if you make a mathematical model, if it does not take into consideration all the aspects of the real problem, then you would not be able to get at the optimal solution. Okay. So now I come to the solution of the operational research model. Ma'am, how much time do I have? Another 50 minutes. Okay, I can go at my pace. Okay. No single technique to solve all operational research models. So some of the operational research models we use differential calculus. Some of the models are being used are solved by using the programming techniques. Some are using simulation. Even in our problems, we had 2 different ways of solving the problems. One problem solved, one solution was obtained by using differential calculus, and the second one was obtained by simply ranking the various alternatives according to the cost of the tickets. So when we are using differential calculus methods, they are formulas, and we are getting closed form solutions. When we have fixed formulas, fixed methods, and we know this is the solution that we'll get from here, and they are well established formulas, that is a closed form solutions. But in operations research, we are generally not getting closed form solutions because differential calculus methods, they are able to give us solutions, optimization solutions when there are no constraints. When there are constraints, even in the simpler problem that we discussed here, we could reduce this problem to problem of functions of 1 variable from 2. But even when we are trying to do that, some of the problems may be missed in certain problems. So when there are constraints, differential calculus methods, and we may lose some solutions. Some solutions may be hidden. So that is my observation, because I teach maxima and minima for functions of 1 variable, 2 variables, and 3 variables to be first year students. And at times they'll come up to me, ma'am, इस problem को इस तरीके से करते हैं तो ये solution तो आता ही नहीं है. So अगर एक solution उसमें miss हो गया, hide हो गया, तो you're not going to get the optimal solution. You will get suboptimal solutions. So constraint problem के लिए we are using another method, which is Lagrange's method of multipliers, which is more common with the engineers, more popular with the engineers, and that won't hide the solutions. But when it comes to many constraints, and instead of equality constraints, when we have inequality constraints and all those things, then we have to go to the linear programming and dynamic programming and other things like that, and we have algorithms for there. Because at times when the number of variables is large, if the number of variables is 4, 5, and the constraints are also limited to 4, 5, I can work on a simplex problem. But if the number of variables is 100 and there are 200 constraints, I have to take help from the computers. But today, the amount of computing facilities available to us, we can solve those problems in no time, and that is becoming a much more popular mode of computation, and that is for maximum problems in operational research, we are using algorithms. Okay, and for some complex models, even when we have made a model and we are trying to use that model, it is sometimes impossible to work on a supercomputer as well, and we won't make a headway to get a solution. And in that case, we just abandon our search for a optimal solution, and we just satisfy ourselves with a good solution. So that's why that definition that this is finding bad solutions when only words are otherwise available. So, and at times we have rules of the thumb or heuristics which give us the solutions. And in fact, when we are using the networks techniques, network flow charts and things like that, or tree diagrams, then we are using heuristics for solutions. So some OR techniques, I've already taken care of most of these. So these are some programming techniques. In fact, integer programming is also linear programming in a way. Okay, these models are again assignment models, transportation models, inventory models, replacement models, sequencing models. So these are some of the models, and they are based on, they are solved by using the OR techniques like assignment model, transportation. These two are again using simplex method for their solution. Simulation is a little different technique, but simulation is one which is used to simulate the system, the real system on computers, and it is a very different technique, but then you have to wait for the runtime and all those things. If the data is large, then simulation may take a lot of time. And in fact, whatever design research is being conducted these days, most of it is based on simulation models. Even research in physics, chemistry, theoretical research, it is based on simulation models, because at times it is very difficult to have those experiment setups in the labs. So it is easier to have those experiments run on simulation. So this chart is more, sorry. So again, this I have taken from some textbook, some table. It includes the stochastic processes techniques, the statistical decision theory, Markov processes, queuing theory, renewal theory, simulation, reliability theory. So these things, I think earlier we used to study as a part of Masters in Statistics course. So these are all statistical techniques which are now a part of operations research. And then even the statistical methods, the regression analysis, cluster analysis, pattern recognition, design of experiment, and factor analysis, this is also considered a part of operational research. So if you are going for a master's course in operational research in one of the universities abroad, you might be studying a lot of statistics, stochastic processes, and even the design of experiment and research methodology. So this is a list of comparatively new algorithms which are based on artificial intelligence. Genetic algorithms. So if you look at the list, the earliest is 1975. So this is not more than 40 years old regime, and if you just go for optimization search, you will be getting all these techniques. So these are all based on artificial intelligence systems. Your systems are trained in some way. The behavior of ants is being studied, and you are trying to mimic that for your even neural networks and other things. They come under this. So a lot of research is going on in these particular algorithms. Lots and lots of new algorithms are being written these days. Now, when you have operational research models, again, we classify it according to this variable, which is the certainty variable. So I've already discussed these models, but this is a classification in which you have deterministic models and probabilistic models. And the next slide, I think, explains what is deterministic model and what is stochastic model. Deterministic models are where all data is known with certainty, and stochastic models where you have uncertain data and you have random variables, and even in the solution these are different. Even the problems which are tackled by these two different types of operation research models is different. Deterministic models usually work for optimization, and stochastic models usually characterize or estimate certain variables of system performance. Okay, now when I was reading this book Hamdi Taha earlier, it was okay for a mathematician to just talk of the mathematical models, do some problems, explain these to students how this is solved, and that would be fine. But nowadays, if I'm just teaching them how to solve a transportation problem, that is not enough. They say our problem starts with the transportation. Exactly. I'm not, I mean, if I give them a problem which is already built in terms of mathematical variables, in terms of equations, and I say, okay, these are your variables, this is your objective function, and these are the constraints. You maximize this objective function with respect to these constraints. That would be fine 15-20 years back. But nowadays, they say, no, you give me a problem the way I showed you the problems in the beginning. So the statement of the problem as a real problem, because operational research nowadays in US and UK, this is being studied as a practicing science. So OR persons, they are actually working as experts which help them as managers, as senior executives who help the organization in taking best decisions. So the art of modeling becomes very, very important. And that's why when I was a student in the university, when I was doing my graduation and masters, I was not studying any course on mathematical modeling. But nowadays, every master's program in any university includes a course on mathematical modeling, even if you are doing masters in computer science, masters in chemistry, masters in mathematics. So it is there. Mathematical modeling is being taught to every engineering graduate and postgraduate. Why? Because unless and until you are able to translate your problem into a mathematical model and with a lot of accuracy, you will not be able to get the optimal solution. If your model is not correct, there is no question of getting a solution or an optimal solution. So in practice, the model should be a true representative of the real solution. And in the examples that I took, the rectangle problem or the ticketing problem, our models were actually true representatives. But this is a very, very rare phenomenon. Many of the applications will use a lot of approximations. When we talk of linear programming or simplex method and many other models, they are based on simplex method and linear programming, then we are assuming that your objective function and the constraints, they have a linear, the variables involved in the constraints as well as in the objective function, they are linearly related. So without that assumption, it is not possible to solve a problem by linear programming or by simplex method. So that is one of the major assumptions that we choose. So that means we are making some assumptions and we are making some approximations. So how to make a mathematical model out of a given situation? So we abstract the assumed real world from the real situation. So for doing that, we choose the dominant variables that control the real system. So first we determine the variables which are there, which are crucial to the system, and then we simplify from the real system by putting together several real system variables into a single variable of the assumed real world. So we club them together and reduce the number of variables. So this is an example again, which is a example of a manufacturing company where a variety of glass containers are produced. So it may be any production site. So this is the common scenario in any production site. When a production order is issued to the production department, the necessary raw materials are procured from the company's stocks or purchased from outside. And then once the production batch is completed, the sales department takes charge of distributing the product to customers. So my question is how to determine the size of a production batch? And how can you model this situation? Very general problem. So first thing is, in real situation, what are the number of variables? What are the variables actually which have a direct bearing on the level of production? So it could be production capacity of the system in terms of available machine hours, in terms of available labor hours. Even if the machines are there, they may not be available for all 24 hours, or the labor may not be there for some shifts, or the machines may need repair time or lax time. They may not work continuously, they may not be in good condition to work continuously for 24 hours. So you need to make them work for 8 hours and then take a rest of 4 hours or so. So in terms of machine hours, available machine hours and labor hours. Then what is the inventory? What are the quality control standards? What are the available stock of raw material? What is delivery schedule? What is the storage limitation? Because once you are producing the items, you need to store the finished items. And what is the sales forecast? So how much time you'll have to store that? And then distribution facilities. So all these are various parameters which are important to determine the production size. So we abstract. So this is at the outset, we'll just zero down to two variables. The first level abstraction requires to define the boundaries of the assumed real world. So what is going to be the real world for us? Production rate and consumption rate. So we have to define the production rate and consumption rate, and from the data gathered from the various parameters, we have to zero down on this. So if I go back to the previous slide, production capacity, in process inventory, quality control standards, and available stock of raw materials, they have a bearing on the production rate, and the last variables, they have a bearing on the consumption rate. So I just abstract these two dominant variables, and then I will make my mathematical model which is based on these two variables, and I determine the Now this is again something which is again outside the ambit of mathematics, certain things, and I have a case study here. Not just mathematics. I teach mathematics, and it was hard for me to go through all that, understand that, and then try to have an overview myself and then pass it on to you. Mathematical analysis is an important part, but many a times the operation research team, they will include a psychologist, because at times operation research people, they'll get you the solution. They'll translate it, the communication people will translate it into your language in which you can implement what are the final things to be done by an organization. From mathematics, they'll translate it to the simple pieces of work in which and the order in which it is to be implemented. But at times the implementation would be hard. At times the mathematical solution may not even be required. You may not even require the things to go to the OR team. You can simply use your common sense to get at certain solutions, and you need human psychology plays a big role. And I have a few examples to elaborate that. The first is the case of a slow elevator. I have not written these case studies in my slides. I'll just talk about these things in 2 minutes. So there was a large building in which elevators were fixed, and there were complaints of slow elevator service. Now, when the elevator service is slow, obviously wait time is increased, and you will say it is a queuing problem or queuing line problem, and you need the analysts, OR analysts, to help you. And or maybe you need to simulate, and lots many suggestions came. Finally, there was a psychologist on the team. He says, okay, let's just try this and let's see if this can work, because that person, he was also using the elevators, and he was observing the behavior of the people, and he was also observing the behavior of the people who were complaining. So he could figure out, this is the group who is complaining and this is the group who is not complaining. Okay, and he tried to understand the psychology of those people who were complaining, and he came up with a solution. He says, on the entrance of the elevators, oh, ma'am has a solution. Okay, maybe it is different from the which we know. So putting up a mirror. Putting up a mirror. Okay, putting up large mirrors, and okay. So that was a solution, and that was a simple solution. Those people got busy when they came. They were looking at themselves. They were talking about others and the problem. They were no more complaining of the slow elevators. Okay. Then the second one about the British airport check-in facilities. In fact, it has references to a problem which was actually tackled. So at British airport check-in facilities, how to improve the service, the OR team, which consisted of basically US people and Canadian people, they came up with a solution, and they said, okay, if a person is there who is within 20-25 minutes of departing time, he can move ahead of the line and request for service. They gave this solution, but it could not be implemented in Britain because the people in Britain, they are very formal, and they will consider jumping the line a taboo. And in fact, when I must have read this many times, but I was not believing this. How could a person be like that? But I actually had this experience in Singapore when we went there as a group from PEC. And what happened when we were waiting for the rides at Sentosa, a few of our group were ahead in the line, and there were 2-3 people in between, and then the rest were there. I just requested 2 of them to move ahead of those so that we could be together and talk, because the wait time was about half an hour. And those 2 girls, young girls, they stared at me in a way as if I have done a crime, or as if I don't know manners. I was not asking them to let us pass them. I was asking them to move ahead of my colleagues. And this can really happen. So it could not work. Even when they had hired the OR people, there was a solution, but those people, they will not jump the queue. Even when they were missing the flight, they will not jump the queue. They are so hard trained in these habits. So next is, if I have time, I can go through this. Otherwise,
as you wish, you can take questions after that.
Okay, I'll skip the third one. This is about a production line, and it is a large example. Okay. So again, an example of where your innovative solutions can come from outside the ambit of mathematical and computational analysis. Right. I've written something here, important, as important, and I was skipping this, and I was going to the next slide. Okay. I cannot miss this. So he says an OR study should never start with a bias towards using a specific mathematical tool before its use can be justified. So I'm reminded of a story of a statistician here who was having a phobia of air travel, and the phobia was not of air travel. The phobia was that there might be a bomb on flight. So he says it is very difficult for me to take a flight because I'm always scared. If there is a bomb on the flight, then nobody can save me or anybody else. So because he was a statistician, he calculated the probabilities of a bomb being there on the flight. And he calculated that the probability of a bomb being there on the flight is small, but not small enough. Probability of having one bomb on a specific flight. Okay. But it is not very small, so still his fears were there. So what he will do? Whenever he'll fly, he'll carry a bomb with him, because according to his calculation, the probability of having two bombs on a given flight were 0. So the solution was there, but then something is being missed. This instance can be taken as a misinterpretation of your inferences. So inferences have to be interpreted in the right way. Okay. So now I come to the last phase of my talk, not the last, maybe second last phase of this, and I'll go through this in a few minutes. So what is important is the situation. So situation, the real world situation, and we have already seen how real world solution will be translated to the assumed real world. Then statement of the problem. This is also a very important step. After that, construction of the model, solution of the model, then validating the model, and implementation of the solution. These are the various phases of any operational research problem in an organization. So what are the tasks while defining the statement of the problem? Because the situation I have already taken in 1 or 2 slides earlier. So first is to define the problem correctly. Most important and most difficult part. So we have to describe the decision alternative. If we miss an important decision alternative, we'll be not reaching the optimal solution. If we don't determine the objective of the study correctly, again we are going to miss something. And then specify the limitations under which the model system works, because limitations are there in the mathematical order, in the mathematical model, and we need to specify those limitations, because if that model is applied to some other situation in which those limitations are not being followed, then it may create havoc. Construction of the model. So translate the problem into problem definition. Whatever problem you have defined, you translate it into mathematical relationship, and then you see if the resulting mathematical model fits into one of the standard mathematical models. So we have certain known techniques. If you can get it as one of those models, it is easy to solve because you have already established techniques to solve it. Otherwise, you need to have a newer model, a newer mathematical model, ways to solve it, or you can use heuristics to get a good solution, abandon the search and get a good solution. Okay, so I'm following Taha. He says solution of the model is the simplest of all OR phases. Now, mathematicians may agree with this, but engineers, scientists, other people who are not using mathematics as much as mathematicians do, they may not agree with this statement. They may not find the solution step simplest. So mathematicians find it simplest because methods and optimization algorithms are already in place. These days, if you are given a computer package, you might also find it simpler, because you just have to feed in the data for the various variables and get the solution. Computer is going to give you the output in a second or so. But a major important aspect of solution of the model is the sensitivity analysis. Most of the time in undergrad classes we don't do sensitivity analysis, but at research level I think this is required. And in fact, of any study, sensitivity analysis is important, because sensitivity analysis deals with what happens to your solutions when one of the parameter is deviating a little. Little perturbations can play havoc with the optimum solutions. So when you are approximating, how much you have approximated and how much deviation of a particular variable is allowed, so that analysis has to be carried out. Otherwise, if your approximation of the variables is not good, then your method will fail to give a solution. Then validation. So once we have got the solution, then we need to revalidate our model whether it is doing what it was intended to do. But how to do it? Okay, you check for whether, okay, you're not getting a surprise out of your solution is not a surprise solution. You can check it with similar previous studies, and if your solution is matching with those previous studies, this is a research methodology, you are usually using this, and you can cross check the historical data. And for problems which are new, for which no historical data is available, simulation is used to validate that. Okay, you have a mathematical model set up and you have a simulation model, and simulation is more close to reality, and you can check the results. If you are getting similar results by simulation as well as your mathematical or computational model, then things are fine. Implementation. Now from the mathematical equation you have to get at what is needed to be done, and for organization, what are the tasks to be done and in what order, that needs to be defined clearly. So it is, again, it is reverse modeling. So this is also very important, because your answer will be in terms of mathematical quantities or things like that, or in terms of those variables. But how to implement that, how to get those quantities? Okay, because you have already clustered certain variables, and then it is quite quite complicated thing. Again, modeling and reverse modeling is very important. Okay, and now some of the research societies in operation research. So one is IFORS, International Federation of Operational Research Society. It has it is worldwide, and there are almost 50 national societies. India is also a member. ORSI is the Operational Research Society of India, and headquarters are located in Kolkata, and there is a journal published by this Operational Research Society of India which is called OP Search, and this is published by Springer, I think. Yeah, Springer. Then we have INFORMS. This is Institute for Operations Research and the Management Sciences. It's a US-based organization. It started as it has started an initiative to market the operations research profession better. So when you open this website, The Science of Better, I actually downloaded that. There is a page. It is a PDF file. It is called What Operation Research Can Do. And it will give you all sorts of instances, including the counting of overs, how it is done in a one-day cricket game, when there is a rain or some problem, when the play is stopped for a short while, how the second team, how many overs the second team is going to play. There's a operational research method which is at the back end of that. How do they calculate? Earlier it was a problem. It is even used in the formula racing cars, and it was a shock to me. I didn't know that. in the formula racing team, they have a person with them on the race who is an operational research person who calculates at various places when they are pit stopping. Then they calculate what should they do, whether they should be putting these type of tires, what should they do, and the strategies are being planned there depending upon the various circumstances. Okay, and at times they say that it is not the person who is the fastest driver, it is the operational research person who is the smartest. That team wins the race. So there are many instances, nearly 20 of them. They are shown it, and it is really interesting to go through that PDF. And this initiative has been adopted by Operational Research Society in UK, and their website is Learn About OR. And in fact, you can switch from these websites. They have given the links to one another. And there are almost 20 journals which this institute is publishing. Decision analysis, and there is a complete list here. No, not complete list, just 5 of these. And this is another institution which is in India. This is Center for Operations Research and Training, and established in 1991, and it is based in Gujarat, Vadodara. And just see what it covers. It covers areas of health, demography, social and developmental issues. So OR is not just mathematics. Then in the state of Gujarat, this institute is also responsible for running state training and resource center, and some other activities of research capacity of NGOs, and it is training workshops for that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for a very wonderful presentation, which was very lucid, and one could understand the nitty-gritty of operational research. And before I say anything, I would request GSS Academy if they have any question, or Krishna Institute or MIET. Do we have any question for the expert? Ji, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Anji, good afternoon.
May I have a question from you?
Okay. Go ahead. You have a question related to previous session. Ji, ma'am. Boliye.
For checking plagiarism, we use tools like Viper. So how much reliable is it?
Yes. Ma'am, दोबारा बोलो question.
Ma'am, plagiarism check करने के लिए tools हैं.
हाँ जी. There are softwares which are available.
Like Viper is there.
हाँ.
How much reliable it is, ma'am?
रिलायबल ऐसा है कि रिलायबल तो आपके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है हाउ मच एरर यू परमिट, बिकॉज उसने रेंज बता देनी है कि दिस इज द, उसके पास तो अबंडेंस ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन है फ्रॉम द इंटरनेट, इट इज लिंक टू वेरियस सोर्सेज. तो रिलायबिलिटी की जहाँ पे बात आती है तो वो स्टैंडर्ड वेरी कर रहे हैं फ्रॉम इंस्टीट्यूशन टू इंस्टीट्यूशन एंड यूनिवर्सिटी टू यूनिवर्सिटी. तो रिलायबल तो आपके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है कि हाउ मच कॉन्फिडेंस यू वांट टू प्लेस इन दैट. कोई लोग अपना क्राइटेरिया रख लेते हैं 20% प्लेगरिज्म इज अलाउड, कोई कहता है 25 इज अलाउड, कोई कहता है 10 अलाउड है, कोई कहता है 12 अलाउड है. तो अदरवाइज आई वुड से वाइडली यूज्ड एज फार एज रिसर्च इज कंसर्न, खास तौर पे पब्लिकेशंस के लिए.
Application of falsification rates and
हाँ जी मैम.
मैम for falsification of fabrication.
फैब्रिकेशन के लिए कोई ऐसा टूल तो नहीं है, वो तो द पर्सन हु इज इवैल्यूएटिंग अ रिसर्च रिपोर्ट कैन सी the records which the person have maintained while the experimental setup was there, or the person can ask for a sample of the tools which were used to collect the data and the filled in performance. They can be checked in तो आपका क्या है कि एज अ रिसर्चर यू नीड टू मेंटेन ऑल द रिकॉर्ड्स टिल you are awarded the degree or till the funding agency okays the report. So they can ask for the records which have been maintained. They can ask you to show them the proof of the collection of data from the audience, and they can cross validate that.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. One more question is there.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, if two people are contributing to writing a research paper, and if the contribution of both the authors is equal, then who will become the main author?
वो आप दोनों ने डिसाइड करना है, मैंने नहीं डिसाइड वो तो जो दो लोगों की टीम है, दिस इज द अंडरस्टैंडिंग बिटवीन द टू पीपल कि किसका नाम पहले आना चाहिए, किसका बाद में आना चाहिए. दिस इज बिटवीन द टू. मैं नहीं कुछ बोल सकती उसमें. देयर इज नो रिटन रूल कि मेरा नाम पहले आना चाहिए या दूसरे का बंदे का पहले आना चाहिए. दिस इज बिटवीन द टू ओनली.
Because the first author gets the credit more, I think.
देखो ऐसा है, क्रेडिट की बात है तो आजकल आप एक ना माइक थोड़ा बहुत. हाँ जी. Now when you say that who should be the first one as the credit varies, now the faculty themselves who are joining hands to write joint papers, they have found a method. They said, okay, we are going to contribute continuously. So पहले पेपर में आपका पहले कर देते हैं, दूसरे पेपर में मेरा पहले कर देंगे. So people have their own understanding. But my question was, if you are writing a paper along with the student, so give the freedom and autonomy to the student to decide whether your name needs to be included. If yes, then it should be second name, not the first one, because it is the credit which should go to the student, because he is the primary person who has put in effort. ये मेरा आपके पास क्वेश्चन जो मैंने सुझाव दिया था in the previous session. So that was because many guides, they want that their name should appear as the first one. No, that is not correct.
We need us, the students.
No objection. Yes.
No.
है होना ही चाहिए.
Has to be the first.
होना ही वो चाहिए.
If the student has to include.
Yeah, I think that is very good. Very good. If such rule, ma'am says in Peck University, it is unwritten rule that the student name would be the first one and the guide would be the number 2 and so on. और मेरा एक और है, हम लोग तो अभी एमटेक के जो हमारे डेजिटेशन थे या पीएचडी वाले स्टूडेंट, लिमिटेड नंबर विच आई हैव गाइडेड, आई हैव गिवन द फुल लिबर्टी टू द स्टूडेंट. यू कैन गो हेड, publish it on your name, because it is not my effort, it is the student effort which has gone into his PhD work or the dissertation. Leave it to the student whether he would like to acknowledge or not, or he would like some guidance and he didn't want to include your name, fine. But a guide should not expect that his name or her name should be there. Ji, any other question, ma'am? जी, no more question from JSS.
हेलो
जी सर.
मैम फ्रॉम MIT.
जी MIT बोलिए.
मैम OR के ऊपर जैसे we have got SPSS software.
जी.
On the same pattern, do we have any software for OR? I have heard the name TORA in Taha book.
TORA is there. TORA is there. There are some specific softwares, but maybe I did not prepare. I missed that when I was preparing this overview.
TORA तो है ही.
TORA is there. It is definitely there. But I think Informs and other societies' website, they'll give you a full range of the software. So that's why I mentioned those, because the website, when I was going through it, it is comprehensive and they are doing the marketing also for the facilities.
How popular are the software for operational research? Because we never heard about anything on this topic. SPSS is so much popular.
Sir, even operation research, how many people are studying operation research in India? That is the first thing. And what we are teaching in the classroom, we are teaching them the methods and we are asking them to solve simple problems by hand.
Yes, ma'am.
We are not teaching them computer programming as such. Even in the statistics classes, we are not teaching them SPSS.
Ji.
At least I am not teaching my undergraduates SPSS.
Right.
Right, ma'am.
So
Ma'am, एक और
Hanji, maybe we'll ask one of the experts who's available in the institute if he has any knowledge about other softwares. We'll provide you that knowledge tomorrow.
so nice of you, ma'am.
So I remember another software which is available, which is Excel based. It is called Solver Excel something, and it is mentioned in Taha's book.
Acha, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is there. Yes.
It is there.
Ma'am, do you have any knowledge about business simulation software games? Means
नहीं वो तो शायद अभी मैम को छोड़ दीजिए वो इनसे मैथमेटिकल मॉडलिंग करा लो.
Even modeling is outside my ambit. My ambit is solving and backend techniques.
Okay.
ठीक है, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Yes, over to KIET, Krishna Institute. Sir, do we have any question?
No, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. And Northern India College of Engineering, Delhi.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the information.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, please have a seat. So, friends, on behalf of all of us who attended the session, Indrajit, आपका कोई question है? Okay, on behalf of all of us, I express my gratitude to Dr. Sucheta for joining us in the afternoon session and making a very lucid presentation on the theme operational research. Even a person like me who has no knowledge of OR at all and I have not been into it, I could make sense of it. And maybe it has really motivated me to look into what operational research is and how, as a person from the education or managing certain activities or tasks, how this modeling or techniques can be used. So I am very sure, as I have enjoyed the session to the fullest, you have already enjoyed the session, and I thank her for joining us and look forward to having many more sessions in my future programs which I am going to have on the theme and wherever the related aspect is there. So thank you everybody. At the end, I would only request those members who have not yet sent me the filled in performa, if you can kindly email your performa, I'll be consolidating the information. And tomorrow we are going towards the last day of our program. So the very first session would be with respect to identification of problems in research. So not the problems in mechanical or civil or electrical. So I would request the local coordinators to divide the whole groups in divide the whole number of participants into small groups of 6 to 8 people, and they can be from different disciplines, so they can work together tomorrow morning from 9:30 to 11, the session, the very first one. They'll be given the task to identify the problems they faced in undertaking research, maybe in the selection of the problem, in the selection of the guide, in carrying out the review of related literature, or in selecting a particular experimental setup and non-availability of facilities and so on, or they had problems in collection of data or otherwise, or maybe they lacked the expertise which was needed to guide them or facilitate the process. So you can think of the whole gamut of research activities which a researcher has to undertake and identify the problems which are faced as a student, one thing, as a supervisor, because if you have guided master's level dissertations or you have guided thesis, as a guide, what kind of problems you faced as a guide. And I have already taken your opinion and your suggestions with respect to what are the actions which need to be taken by the technical institutions to promote research culture. I would request all of you to think what government needs to do to give impetus to research culture in the technical education system as a whole. So think over. Tomorrow you will have time to deliberate upon and then consolidate your suggestions. So from each institution, if we have 20, maybe 4 groups can be formed. If we have 23, again 4 will do. But if we have 35 people, so go for say 6 members each, and one group will have less than 6, 5 होंगे. तो आप इतना 5 से 6 लोगों का ग्रुप बना के you can divide the whole group into smaller groups and they'll be working. So tomorrow we'll join at 9:30. We'll be there. We'll be then facilitating that process. If somebody has a question or so, or you have any other question which needs to be remains unanswered, that will take up and give you further information. By 1 o'clock, we'll be entering into the valedictory session. So with these words, thank you very much for joining.